So, hello everyone. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see the whole plenary room filled with fresh people, fresh faces. So, welcome. We have a slight delay, so without further ado, I would like to invite here Teresa Vondrášková to do the opening.
Thank you. On the last NA, there was just a place where I was speaking into, so I'm kind of confused with the technologies nowadays. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Did you sleep well? How is everybody feeling? Good. Yeah. Did you enjoy the program last night, last evening? Yes. Awesome. So, it's already been a year since 1 year ago we met down in the south at NA Budějovice, and now we symbolically kind of meet up in the north for our last NA of this mandate. For us at least, for the national board, but also if there's quite a few for whom this might be the last event for your mandate. A lot happened during this year. So many events, national, international ones. So many decisions were made. So many new people came into our lives, into our sections. Shema grew a beard. So today will be a lot about reflections of the last year, about goodbyes, but it will be also about new beginning and new beginnings. So for the ones who feel like this is their last event maybe in ESN, from my experience, don't worry, it's probably not true. So, so this being said, I wanted to welcome all of you here. I wanted to welcome our lovely chairing team. I made a great job so far, and we will, through the year.
Well, hello, welcome in Liberec. We are the organizing committee, and we're so glad that you came here. I would like to introduce us a bit. Well, I'm a head of the OC, and here there's a vice president, a vice of the OC. We also have social coordinators, IT support, PR, and yeah, also everybody is important in our team, so we hope that you enjoyed yesterday's game, and I hope that this today will go as good as it went. And yeah, so we're so glad that you're here, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the opening and for the introduction of the OC. Now let's move forward to the rules of the game. So, what are the rules and regulations? So, you have right to vote. Right to vote have a legal representative of the section or a person with a delegated vote, and there is only one vote per section. You have also right to propose votings. Those can propose legal representatives and people with delegated votes and members of the national board. And by those need to be seconded by 2 legal representatives or people with delegated vote. Then you also have right to propose agenda changes that needs to be approved. That one is approved, if nobody is against. And you always have right to speak, but only when we, as the chairing team, gave you the space. Okay? Then there is no ESN without gestures, so let's revise them. If you have a question, put your hand like this with your open palm. Keep it raised until we noticed it. If you have a reaction, put your 2 fingers up like this. So we will give you space right after the question has been answered. If you have a procedural question, put 1 finger up. That means if you need, for example, to change the lights or to do something with the air conditioning, etc. When we want to request silence, we put our hands up like this. And if you agree with somebody, you do the just hands. Okay. Hello. After the presentations, there is going to be time for questions. So I will announce it by opening the speakers list. We are going to use Slido. About the Slido, I will explain in the second slide. But in the Slido, write your question to it and notify the OC member with the microphone that you are going to be next with the question, so they can come to you. Always consider if your question is relevant to everybody at the NA. If it's not, please approach the speaker after the presentation, for example, during the coffee break, lunch, etc. For the okay. When there is going to be given space to you to ask your question, always state your name and section before stating the question. And always be concise and respect the time that is assigned to you. The best would be to have like maximum 15 seconds per question and around 40 seconds per answer, because agenda is packed and we need to really follow the timeline. Speak clearly so it can be written down correctly. Slido will help with that as you write down the question there, and it's going to be saved there. And only speak when it's your turn. So we are going to tell you when it's your turn that you can speak. Okay. And when you are personally addressed, you can answer directly. So about Slido, there is a hashtag how to get to there. So it's NA Sever 2024. Please set up your name and section as your name, so it will be shown. Write your question, so be concise because there is only 160 characters. Okay, so question by 160. And when stating your question, do not explain the meaning of it. So please don't put there any source that it's like going to be for 1 or 2 minutes, because it's going to be really, it can get really tricky and unnecessary. Okay. So let's try the Slido, if it's working. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, about how the Slido can be used. Sorry. It doesn't work. Can you? Oh no, okay, it's okay. Let's go there. Because we have prepared a quiz for you. So let's try. Okay. Just a second. Okay. So, yes, I can see questions, answers. Is this working? Not yet. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. So, as you can see here, this is how you should set up your name. So, your name full, Veronika Michizrojeva, ESN Fossilland. Like, no, I'm alumni, so this is like, please use your official section. And question like, who are you? It's clear, it's concise, but it doesn't give any added value because we already know all the speakers. And how dare you, that is insulting, so please don't state questions like this. Okay. And now let's have a quick quiz. And you can win some sugars, so do it. Okay. Okay. Right. We got 29 people. Are we still waiting for somebody to join it? Okay. Is somebody still joining? Yes. Anyone else? Okay, so let's start the quiz. It's going to be about Norse mythology. So, who is the chief god in Norse mythology? You got 15 seconds for that. Remaining 5. Okay. So, we got the right answer, which is Thor. Okay, second question. What is the name of Thor's hammer? So we got options Gangnir, Mjolnir, or Gram. Okay. And the right answer is Mjolnir. So which realm is known as the home of the giants? We got options Asgard, Midgard, or Jotunheim. And the right answer is Jotunheim. Then we got which tree is considered the world tree connecting the 9 realms in Norse mythology? The right answer is Yggdrasil. And the last question, which is easy, who is the goddess of love and fertility in Norse mythology? Okay, and the correct answer is Freya. So, let's see the leaderboard. So, the first 3 will get some sugar. So, Maya Osuna. Kuchera. And Adam, ESN Visha. Okay, guys. Please set up your names as first name, surname, and section. So it's there full. Thank you. So we know the Slido works. let's follow with the presentation. So let's go through code of conduct. So we speak in a respectful and thus non-insulting tone. Do not repeat what has already been said. Use covered when it was already stated. So please, candidates especially, when the question is repeated, just say covered and let's move forward. Return to the plenary room on time, please. There is plenty of room during the coffee break, so I believe we can be on time in the agenda. Write down what you want to say in advance, so you don't just stop in the middle of the sentence, as I do. Please respect the code of conduct of ESN-CDET, and there is no discrimination, harassment, or violence involved, or like accepted of any kind during this event, okay? And the last point before we go on. If you have some extra needs, contact us, the chairing team, or the lovely OC in the pink t-shirts. So, as I said, it already includes more light, air, volume, heating, cooling, etc. And when it's during the plenaries, use the procedural question through one finger up. Please be always respectful to others and be silent when others speak. Try to be active and constructive. Be on time, again, is here again, be on time. And enjoy your time together and have fun. Tak. Now let's have an introduction round. So, who are we? We are the chairing team. My name is Veronika Michizrojeva, and I am your main chair. So I'm going to be your guide for this NA. On my left side, there is Vice Chair Patrick Rattinger, who is going to be taking the minutes. And on my right side, there is Stepanka Prokopova, which is responsible for all the technical issues here. No, issues. She is the problem solver, okay? I am the problem. Let's keep it light. All right. Okay. Okay. As I said, my name is Vercha, and I'm here on the North almost after 4 years, which is amazing. Yeah, in the last months, I have realized that even though I write down my surnames everywhere, it doesn't mean that like people get. So yeah. So yeah, I'm Michik, Michitz, Mishik, and it's everything. Thank you. Yeah. And I started in ESN UP All then I was part of the national board, and now I'm part of the chairing team, which is amazing, and maybe I'm going to retire soon. So yeah, enjoy me while I'm still here. Now I'm going to pass the mic to Patja.
So hello everybody again, my name is Patrick, and that was already mentioned, I'm a vice chair of the chairing team, and for my main duties include taking minutes from this NA. And as you can see, I eventually finished my 6 months of vacation. Never mind. So as I already said, that I finished my vacation because I was on my Erasmus right now, and as you can see, that I realized that having a break from ESN is kind of impossible, even though I was on Erasmus and I flew back in here twice for the national assemblies, and originally I'm from the ESN VSC Prague, and I made my way to the ESN CZ supporter structure. And now I would like to pass the word to our lovely technical chair.
Hi, I am the problem, and I finally finished my bachelor degree after 6 years in ESN. I realized that it is nothing. It's just bachelor. I don't write it anywhere. I wrote it just once in an email for the presentations. And I started in ES and UST Prague. There I went through some positions. Then I was in some like ESN supporter. Now I'm in chairing team, and I guess then I will be dinosaur. Rawr. And I will pass the word to Vercha.
All right. So thank you, teammates. Okay, so let's introduce our national board for their last time of this academic year. So we are welcoming here Terka as president, Przema as vice president, Moncha as treasurer, Moncha as communication manager, and Philip as WPA. Let's move forward. Now, we are welcoming here audit committee. There is that handsome man, Martin Mičic, which is in position of financial auditor. Otherwise, audit committee also consists of 2 other people, which is main auditor Michala Horníková and procedure auditor Jakub Steinbach. And now let's introduce our national supporters. So those who you can meet, see, talk to during this NA, we got here Veronika Plchová, the education officer, Tereza Ocová, the events coordinator, Veronika Malindová, BF Czech community manager, Radmila Centnerová, HR coordinator, Richard Abela, office coordinator. Where is Ryško? Okay.
He disappeared.
Okay. Filip Mikule, marketing coordinator. And Martin Petrovický, video coordinator. So, hello everyone, welcome. Now let's introduce the safety team. So please come in front of us, show yourself so we can see how to spot you. And I'm going to ask Terka to introduce.
Hello. Yes, there is a mistake. We don't have orange ones, but yellow ones. But that's not that important. But what is important, I hope all of you know who and why we have a safety team. So very swiftly, we are here for you through all the event, and if you just don't feel well or uncomfortable, or if you witness something you don't like, or you feel you have a headache or anything, come to us. We will try to help you fix your problem and support you. And I think that's the most important. I believe that all of us came here to enjoy this event, so I will just remind you the code of conduct that we have. So please follow it and let's enjoy this together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now let's move to section representatives. So please state your name and section and tell us how long did you travel to the north to get here. Please somebody pass the mic.
Okay, so hello, I'm Adam. I'm from ES and VSC Prague, and I believe I traveled for like what 3 to 4 hours, as the commute from Prague is quite hell on Fridays.
Okay, my friend. Hello, my friends. I am Ondřej Matušek from VHB Ostrava, and I have traveled here 7 long hours.
Hello everyone, Petr Wolf from ESN Liberec, and it took me a long 10 minutes to get here.
Hello everyone, my name is David, and I'm from ESN Mendelu, and we were traveling here. We were supposed to go here 3 hours, but due to KFC and coffee breaks, it took like 4.5.
Hello, I am Hunk from ESN CTU in Prague, and I think like more than 2 hours to get here.
Hello, I'm David from ESN USB Budweis. It took us like 5 hours to get here.
Hello, my name is Teresa Otcová. I'm from ESN CZU Prague, and we traveled 120 minutes.
Embraid Pars ESN UCT Prague. It took me 6 years in ESN and an hour and a half from Prague to come here.
Hi, I'm Wilsey. I'm from ESNCU Prague, and I travel here like 1.5 hours.
Hello, my name is Aneška. I'm from ESN Pardubice, and I traveled here like 10 minutes because I live here.
Hello, Jana Čermáková, ESN UWB Pilsen, and it took us 4 hours to get here.
Hello, Kamila Skřivanová, ESN Ústí, and I traveled here like 3 hours by walk from Pláně pod Ještědem.
Hello, I'm Jolana from ESN Zlín, and we traveled here like 4 hours.
Hello, I am Nicoleta from ESN UP Olomouc, and I traveled here for like 5.5 hours.
Hello, I'm Filip from ESN VUT Brno, and I traveled here for like 400 minutes.
Hello, I'm Martin, ESN Hradec Králové, and it took us 2.5 hours.
Thor from ESN Muni Brno, and I lost track halfway when I joined Budweis on the way here. So.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. And now let's go to the other part of the agenda, and that is quorum check. So, yes, prepare your voting devices. But first, let me tell you the question. Come on. So, the quorum check question is, never gonna. And option 1, give you up. Option 2, let you down. Or option 3, round and round and desert you. Okay, so prepare. Never gonna give you up. Put your voting devices up now. Okay. Okay, you can put them down. Okay. Never gonna let you down. Voting devices up now. Okay. Okay, thank you. We can put them down. And never gonna round around and desert you. All right, thank you very much. All right, so the quorum check has been reached because we got a total of 19 votes. So, never gonna give you up 9 times, never gonna let you down 2 times, and never gonna round around and desert you 8 times. So, yes, you have been rickrolled. Amazing. Okay, so let's proceed to the official votings. First voting of this NA. So, do approve agenda of NA Sever 2024 as proposed in the preparation package. The options are yes, no, and abstain. So, those who are for option number 1, yes, please put your voting devices up now. Okay, you can put them down. For option number 2, no. Put your voting devices up now. And option number 3, with abstain, put your voting devices up now. So the agenda was approved with 19 yeses, 0 noes, and 0 times abstain. Congratulations, we have 1 voting ahead, behind us. Let's move to voting number 2. So, do you approve Patrik Rattinger, Miroslav Miloš Zámečník as the Electoral Commission for NA Sever 2024? The options are yes, no, and abstain. So for option number 1, yes, please put your voting devices up now. Okay, you can put them down. For option number 2, no. Okay, and for option number 3, abstain. So it's my pleasure to state that Patrik Rattinger and Miroslav Miloš Zámečník are approved as the Electoral Commission members for NA Sever 2024 with 19 yeses, 0 noes, and 0 times abstain. Okay. And now it's my pleasure to invite here on stage Veronika Malindová as the candidate for the position of Vice President of ESNCZ for 2024-2025. Veru, your 7 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm glad you all came all the way to the north. As I heard, it was quite a long journey for you. And I'm glad to present you my candidacy for the position of Vice President of ESN-CZ. Aha. So basically, who am I? I have joined ESN in 2019, and at the same year, I also became local partnership manager. Currently, I am running my second vice presidential mandate in ESN Ústí. And last year, I also joined the national level as Business and Finance Community Manager of ESN-CZ. I study English Language and Literature and German Language and Literature at Faculty of Education at University of Jan Evangelista Purkyně. And I'm also actively teaching after graduation studies. So why me? I do believe that I possess leadership skills, communication and project management skills. At the same time, as a teacher, I do believe that I am trained well to adapt to different people in different situations and handle in rapidly changing dynamics. And my goals. Okay. Okay. I have set 3 quite nice goals, I do believe. First of them is, or are the changes of National Assembly's meetings. I would love to support and follow the already started transitional procedures by current Vice President and held it focused on section representatives mainly. Then I would love to review National Board members' agenda and with help of National Board and other people to equally change the workload of individual positions. And at the same time, I would also love to change a little bit the section care concept to keep the individual approach, but have it a little bit more structured. And my last slide is about thank yous, because me standing here is not definitely one man or one woman job. I had a lot of people supporting me through this journey, and also these people were sometimes blaming me that I'm not personal enough, so I will try my best to be a little bit more personal. And first of all, I want to thank my cat mama, who is probably not really listening to my presentation. Hello. Of course, to my ESN mama, who cannot be here, but I believe she is watching through the stream. To my beautiful sunshine from Ústí, and of course to Pan Bramburek, or freely translated as Mr. Little Potato. Thank you for being with me and supporting me on this journey. Thank you.
All right, so I'm now opening the speakers list. So you can write down your questions to Slido. Right. As Mr. Steinbach is not present here, but in Japan, I'm going to say the question on behalf of him. So, Verča, how do you feel about cancelling ESNCZ Olympics this year? If elected, would you try persuading the other NB members to organize it?
Thank you, Jakob, for your question. I would say that if elected, I wouldn't really be trying to persuade other NB members to organize it.
Are more questions coming? Yes, okay. Okay, Mr. Steinbach has a reaction. Why?
Because last year, in my personal opinion, it was low in number of participants, and I totally respect the decision of the current national board and their will to cancel it.
Thank you. All right, Přemysl Pilař.
Přemysl Pilař, ESNCZ. Do you think that the second round of elections is different than the first round of elections in ESNCZ?
I would say that the only difference is mainly in the number of candidates, because in the first round we generally have bigger number of candidates, and in the second round we have smaller number of candidates, and also the of Takla? Okay. And also the size of NA is a little bit different. That the first round is usually held at big NA where we have like 150 participants, and the second round is a little bit smaller.
Okay, thank you. Now, Emre.
Emre Parsi, UCT Prague. Maybe I misworded in the Slido, but do you think that a networking event for ESNCZ is not required instead of like training or events, like something casual?
I do believe yes, it is, but ESNCZ Olympics were held in August, where not really a big number of volunteers is willing to participate, and also we have winter team building as a ESNCZ. Yeah, okay, I can continue. So I do believe that it is enough. I wouldn't be honestly really making the number of national events higher right now.
Okay, we got a reaction. You can put the reaction right. Yeah. Same.
So reaction to it. So instead of the ESNCZ Olympics, some sections are promoting their local events like ESN Voda to the national network. Why instead of asking help from them to make it more official national events?
Me personally, I'm a little bit skeptical to this type of event as ESN Voda because it's really challenging to organize. It can be really dangerous when people are not following the rules, and it can be really inconvenient, honestly. So me personally, I wouldn't, for example, promote ESN Voda as a national event.
All right, we got another question from Jakub Steinbach from ESNCZ, so I'm going to say it out loud. So Verča, if warnings approved, how that changes solving infractions of code of conduct on the local level? Do you think the members will report problems as the whole sections will be punished?
Okay. I would say it will.
I believe the presumption is incorrect since you cannot issue any warnings for the local level on behalf of ESNCZ for code of conduct.
Thank you.
Okay, we got a procedural one. Okay, reaction.
Also, the warning system wasn't already approved. Veronika Pchova, ESNCZ, warning system wasn't already approved. It's gonna hopefully will be approved by this NA. So this is in that moment kind of irrelevant question.
All right. That was the last question from this question round. So I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Okay. Okay, so one more question. Okay. Okay, so question by Monika Bartošíková.
Okay, Monika Bartošíková, ESNCZ. So speaking again about ESNCZ Olympics, how do you see it then? Okay, it was cancelled this year, but how do you see then the ESN Olympics or ESN team building in the long run?
Okay, I do believe that ESN. Okay, I will be standing here. Sorry, I can't see you. I do believe that ESN Olympics or ESNCZ Olympics is not just a one-man decision, and it should be elaborated with the whole national board what will be the approach to this, if we will continue with ESNCZ Olympics or if we will bring different concept of national networking event. I wouldn't say that it's just on me personally.
Okay, I see no reactions, no other questions in the on the speakers list. So I'm proposing to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No. Okay, the speakers list is closed. And now I would like to give a round of applause to Veronika. Thank you so much. And now I would love to invite here on stage the next candidate for the national board, who is Josef Drha, for the position of WPA of ESNCZ. Okay, Josef, your 7 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Hello, dear network. I would like to welcome you to my presentation for my candidacy for the WPA for the ESNCZ National Board. So let's start with a short introduction to who I am and what I'm interested in. When it comes to my university studies, I have recently finished my bachelor's degree in software engineering, and I am also following up on this by a master's degree in software engineering, which is also going to give me, it's going to give me something that it has already given me, which is a broad knowledge on IT systems, and that doesn't really only include knowledge when it comes to programming, but systems that we also used inside ESNCZ, so it's closely aligned. When it comes to my interests, specifically the technological interests, from the things that weren't mentioned in my application, I would say that one of the most interesting ones is that I own a small business that specifies in providing security features for companies when it comes to websites such as database protection. I specifically one of those specifics being the protection of the databases when it comes to SQL attacks, such as SQL injection and cross-site scripting. When it comes, pardon me, I'll also follow up on that. When it comes to the technological interests, when it comes to the technological interests, one of the other is cybersecurity, specifically cryptography and software testing, and I have also been named an official software tester by the ISTQB organization, which is International Software Testing Qualifications Board. When it comes to my ESN-related interests, I believe that the most important to mention is my interest in IT solutions, and apart from the IT solutions, I really enjoy organizing events, which isn't really related to this candidacy, but I think it's important to mention that even outside ESN, I organize events in real life. Specifically, I organize company events, different concerts and parties in my hometown for 4 years now. When it comes to my personal interests, for the past 3 years, I have been volunteering at a special needs student center at my university, and I also volunteer at a mentoring center of my university. So, to follow up on the previous slide with why I am an ideal candidate, when it comes to my academic and personal background, well, as I have mentioned, my academic degree, my university degree has given me a broad knowledge of IT systems and IT solutions, applications and systems, which also gives me the potential of understanding new technologies faster, which could also mean that I'm able to provide new IT solutions for ESNCZ. And also when it comes to my personal background, my personal projects have included projects that used systems close to what we use inside the ESNCZ's IT infrastructure, such as VPS, virtual private servers, and also Linux-based systems. And also another point, the time I am able to dedicate to ESN, as I have mentioned in one of the replies in the supplementary question round, I believe I will be able to dedicate around 4 hours per day to this position, and I will be able to do that because of the fact that I am following up on my previous studies, and I'm not going to be limited when it comes to time, and the time I right now invest into volunteering and the Special Needs Students Center will be put into these spheres. So when it comes to what I intend to achieve as a WPA, yeah, I'll make it faster. So I believe the most important to mention is eliminating existing technological debt, which is updating the version of Drupal that we currently used, which is the base for our event registration system, because the support ends in January, which means that if it's not updated, we could be forced to go back to using Google Forms for event registration. Also implementing event management systems at local sections, which I will go through all of the options, and I will inform the network on how to implement them once I have tested it properly. And also managing and updating the ESNCZ website. So I have prepared some visual elements for what my agenda will look like. So as you can see, it looks quite similar, and I have to say that the agenda of the WPA is not that exciting as other roles of ESN-CZ's national board, but you can see the small detail of me answering the sections emails, where is the only image where I'm smiling because I like human contact, and I like socializing, and I like helping people. And some other examples, as for example, educating people on important topics. And some other aspirations, promoting a communication of international events, advocacy for a safe environment when it comes to code of conduct, which is really personal to me, and IT training and IT community creation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. And now I'm opening the speakers list. So again, put your questions to Slido. All right, so the first question is from Jakub Steinbach from ESNCZ, so I'm going to read it for you. So, you mentioned dedicating 4 hours every day to the NB agenda. Why do you think it is necessary to quantize the time you would spend with the mandate?
Thank you for the question, and the answer lies in the supplementary question round that happened online, because someone has specifically asked me how much time I will be able to invest, and that's why I felt the need to quantize it in order to show that I would be able to invest enough time, not only to the agenda of the WPA specifically, but also to the agenda of other board members that I would be helping with, and also to show that I will also have plenty of time to invest into the IT community creation and managing.
Okay, thank you. Now from Veronika Plchova.
Veronika Plchova, ESN Czech Republic. What do you think about GA app? Would you like to use it in ESN CZ, and how? How does it long to take it prepared for us, and what are the pros and cons, like advantages and disadvantages?
Thank you for the question. I have to say that I am not familiar with the GA app, therefore I cannot answer how long it would take us to prepare for it, to prepare it for us to use it, for example, for event registration, and therefore I cannot even list the pros and cons of it.
Okay. Now a question from Radmila Centnerová.
Hello, Radmila Centnerová, ESN VUT Brno. What is your experience with the work delegation within ESN, and how would you like to get involved? Thank you.
Can I just quickly ask what you mean by getting involved, please? Involved in delegating the work? Okay, yes. Thank you. So I personally do not have experience with work delegation, so I would just follow up on any proposals from other board members when it comes to this topic.
All right. Question from Veronika Pluchová.
Veronika Pluchová, ESN Czech Republic. Could you share with us the opinion of ESN international statutory and non-statutory bodies on using AI or AI tools in applications, motivation letters, and question rounds?
For the question, I have heard about this topic, and I believe it is related to the fact that someone wanted to use AI tools to summarize extensive emails that came from the ESN internationals, from the ESN international level. I'm not exactly sure what their position to this is, but I do know that that my position is that it shouldn't be that AI that's going to summarize emails shouldn't be used just because of the fact of how AI works.
Okay, reaction?
I didn't ask for the summarizing emails, but specifically for the motivation letters, application, and question rounds. So, thank you.
Well, thank you. And as I have mentioned, I do not know the opinion of ESN International on this topic.
Okay, now question from Teresa Vondrášková.
Teresa Vondrášková, ESN-CZ. So you mentioned during your presentation that you enjoy organizing events. So does that mean that in the case which is currently happening, that there is no network manager, you would be interested in taking this part of the agenda on you and organizing maybe the non-statutory events or being in charge of that?
Yes, thank you for your question. And of course, I would be interested in it. If I had the opportunity, I would of course take it. Thank you.
All right, question from Filip Marek.
Filip Marek, ESN-CZ. In your candidacy and in the online question round, you have mentioned several times that in the section about managing the content, that not all sections have valid links on the ESN-CZ website. Can you tell us tell me which sections are affected by this?
Thank you for your question, Philip. And, I believe that I also followed up on this information in the supplementary question round, because these invalid links have already been updated, but there is other stuff when it comes to updating the website, because there is some more information that isn't up to date. But when it comes to the links of the ESN-CZ's local sections, they have already been updated. So.
Okay, now question from Tor.
Thank you for the question, and I have to be honest, yes, I do see it as a disadvantage, but I believe that the time I'm able to dedicate to it from now on, I will be able to both improve my knowledge of everything and be able to represent it to my fullest extent. But yes, you are right, it is a disadvantage, and I do acknowledge the fact that other people who have spent a lot more time in the ESN have the upper hand when it comes to this.
Okay, thank you. Before I give space to Teresa Otcová, I would like to propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Okay, so Philip is still writing. Are there more people writing a question? No. So I'm closing the speakers list after the Philip's question. Okay, so Terka, can go.
Teresa Otcová, ESN-CZ Prague. Thank you very much for your presentation. You are mainly talking about the agenda of Web Project Administrator, but there is more regarding to the MB position. So what do you see as the most challenging part of the agenda of an MB member for you?
Thank you for the question. This is an excellent question, because I have thought about this yesterday. I mean, I have thought about it before, but about this specifically yesterday during the candidate session, and I have to say that the most challenging part of the agenda of the NB member for me would be being a section care for a section, because I have no experience with this. So that would be it.
Okay. Now, Přemysl Pilař.
Přemysl Pilař, ESN CZ. How do you think ESN CZ or ESN International could leverage AI technologies?
Thank you for the question. This is an interesting question. This is an interesting question because I believe that AI specifically shouldn't be used in organizations such as ESN because of the fact of how AI works, because even generative AI isn't really generative. It is a text prediction tool, which means it's not intelligent enough, and some data could be lost in translation when it comes to bigrams and trigrams and how AI predicts the most desired word that is supposed to be generated when it's generating the text or formatting text. Yes.
What about like pattern recognition AI, like neural network for image recognition or something like that? Like not really generative AI, but AI in general.
Well, when it comes to this, I'm not exactly sure how it could be used, but I am sure that we shouldn't, or that it shouldn't be used when it comes to legal documents and summarizing text or emails, as I have mentioned. But like, I can imagine that there could be something figured out when it comes to deep learning, machine learning, and image recognition, for example.
All right, and now the last question.
Filip Marek, ESN CZ. As you have mentioned that you enjoy organizing the events, would you try to persuade the newly elected NB members to organize the ESN CZ Olympics, or at least some other form of summer team building?
Thank you for the question. Well, I'm not really sure what exactly would be the complete agenda of the ESN CZ Olympics, and if it would be feasible enough to organize it. So this would depend on a conversation that I would be having with other national board members if I was to be elected. But I see myself as inclined towards organizing something close to a summer team building. Not specifically ESN CZ Olympics, but like something along the lines of a summer team building.
All right, thank you so much. That's all from the questions. So please, round of applause for Josef. And now I would like to welcome here on the stage the National Board ESN CZ 2024-2025 to present their proposal of the ESN CZ budget for the upcoming mandate.
So hello everyone, nice to see you. Maybe now it will be less tough topic, but very important topic and fantastic topic about our national budget proposal. So maybe you know me, I'm Veronica, I'm future president, and I'm here with Philip, which is the future treasurer of National Board 2024-2025. And maybe Philip can start because he was the leader of the budget.
Okay, thank you Veronica for the floor. And let's just dive into it. First, let's take a look how to create an ESN CZ budget. Like, it's pretty streamlined process. You have to first look at the results of previous budgets and the numbers that are already set in stone, like ESN cards. So you must do the math from it. Then, of course, because you got as a newly elected NB some plans, you need to reflect those plans into the budget. Do the math again, because it's all just numbers, it's math. Then what's important input is, of course, consulting the previous NB to get their opinions, what parts of the budget were used, what parts of the budget could be cut, and what parts should be increased. Because of that, you must, again, do the math, because numbers, yeah. And after you get input from all these three, you realize the inputs conflict themselves. So you must find the balance between them. Yeah, it's a pretty tough job. So I'm sorry that I have to break it to you, but yeah, we have to again do the math. And the unfortunate news is there is no stork. There is no stork bringing the budget. You must do the math and do the hard work to create the budget. Yes, that's it. Being that said, let's just look into what we are voting on today here. You can see the half empty or half full glass, which is technically our budget. And we are voting on judgment of how well the before mentioned work was done, if the budget was constructed responsibly, if it's according to what are the plans, what are the numbers, how it's looking, yeah, if it's realistic. Then the budget expresses how much money we can spend in certain parts of it. So it's the half full glass, yeah. You got the limit in the budget, but not all the money must be used. So in the end, that's like the capacity of the glass, and then the money you use is just the water in it. So you must think about it as like the worst case scenario, yeah, because that's technically the budget. Like our goal is not to fully use all the money everywhere and go to the big minus you will see at the end of the budget, which is like typical for ES and CZ budgets, because those are limits. We are not planning to completely reach all of those limits. And yeah, what you are aiming for with this budget? Because like the past years ended up not really building reserve, rather eating it, but we are non-profit organization, so it's okay. We aim for like use our reserves and build our reserves, change the dynamics in that. So yeah, we are aiming for this like sinusoid to go up, yeah, with our budget. I love MS Paint, yeah, it's super easy tool to use. And now let's go over the budget itself. I would give the floor to Veronica here.
Because I like positive stuff, so let's start with the positive things, which is income. So firstly, as you can see in the chart, and also the budget was sent before in the preparation pack, so you can already go through it. There is a Vodafone income, which is our like one of the biggest the commercial partners, so there is a stable income out of it. But also we are negotiating new contract already. Current national treasurer already contacted Vodafone to start the negotiations. Then there is a membership fee of our section, which is same as last year. It increased to 4,000 Czech crowns. So it's how it was voted last year. Ah, so I need to go. Okay. No? Better? Yeah. Then we have a ESN card income, which consists already inside. There is a price for the ESN International. There is a CZ margin, but also it includes VAT. So it's like higher number, but the real income will be a little bit smaller. Then there is a merchandise. We are planning to do national merch. Last drop was in the winter 2020, so we believe that after 4 years something, it's again time to make a national merch. So hopefully you are gonna buy it. And then there are other incomes which consist our commercial partners. Mostly, of course, we have already the Eurocenter, but already today there's gonna be presentation about new commercial partner. And then we are discussing also about the banks, and already we are also in touch with the European Commission delegates in the Czech Republic to start a new partnership with them. So these are our planned incomes. I hope that the other income is going to be much higher at the end of the year, or like end of our mandate. But we very wanted to keep realistic and don't have empty promises. So that's why it's so realistic. Now we are getting to the expenses, which is more negative. So I will give floor back to Philip.
Okay, thank you for the floor, and let's go over the red numbers. Yeah. Operating expenses, those are mostly the things we must pay. So yeah, what is here is basically just math. And very good positive news for the ES and CZ budget. The current board that's finishing managed to get us new office space, which is much cheaper. Because we are switching offices, we will have like for 2 months, we will be paying rent for 2 offices. So like in the upcoming year after that, the 50,000 may be even less, because this includes having 2 offices for 2 months at once, because we are switching it. We are really thankful for the work of current Vice President Prema, yeah, with switching the office. And yeah, internal expenses and all the mandatory stuff here, you can see. Other part of the budget is NB expenses. As I mentioned in the beginning, we are setting the limits, what's the maximum of amount of money that can be used. So the NB expenses must be set for having a full house of NB board members, so yeah, that must be really high, and we cannot be counting that there is like just that many board members. We must be ready to cover expenses for all the people included, while keeping it a bit humble, not to suck all the money out of ESN. Yeah. And the another part would be, yeah, network-related expenses. There is a conflict between 2 options. We will be voting about one of the budgets based on the outcome of voting about the NA concept, whether we will have 3 or 5 NAs. The 2 concepts differ in the part of support for national assemblies. Here you can see what it would be like with 5 NAs. Yeah, and don't worry, the numbers are here a bit low, because that's part of the ESN-CZ budget, not the DZS support. So all these events also usually, or like the ESN-CZ events and national assemblies also get support from DZS, which is not included in this budget. So these events will get more money than there is just written here. And to compare the 2 options, here you can see 3 NAs, and there you can see 5 NAs. Other part of the C part, network related, you can read here. Yeah, we get the body countries, promo of ESN-CZ, and yeah, supporting structures. Okay. Now to the last part, which is just mostly the math, because yeah, you got some incomes, you must have some taxes from it. So that's the resulting taxes that are outcome of this. And yeah, this is not really a matter of just distributing money. This is the math part where you must decide if we are planning to sell merch for that amount of money, we must buy merch for that amount of money. And that's basically it. And there is left like 5,000 reserve to cover if anything would be like going over. And for the evaluation of the whole budget, I'll give the floor back to Veronika. Here you go.
Thank you. So here you can see the overview of our budget proposal. Here's a current state where we are keeping the 5 NAs, and there's a proposal if we are accepting, or if the NA concept got approved with the 3 NAs. So you can see there's a significant difference between the total balance. Of course, it's minus as every year, but we need to mention that again, it's the worst case scenario. So hopefully we are going to stay on 0 after many years. So as an ESN Czech Republic, yeah.
I hope for plus. I hope for plus, not 0. It will be plus.
I'm more realistic, so. So this is our proposal, and as you can see, like here I would like to mention that the accepting or voting on the NA concept is very important also, not just for the network itself, but also for our national budget. So maybe. And the last slide is, any questions do you have? Maybe we can open the speakers list, right?
All right, thank you for your presentation. Now I'm opening the speakers list. So again, put your questions to slide. Yes, procedure.
I have a comment. The voting that will be held regarding the budget will be adjusted based on the result of the NA concept change. That means that you will be voting on the budget that is for the purpose of either 3 or 5 NAs based on the previous voting. So that's how it's gonna be. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we already have some questions. So the first one is from Martin Michec.
Hello everyone, Martin Mijit, ESN CZ. In the budget you mentioned to raise a fee on ESN card. What will be the new price after you increase the price? And when do you want to present this to the network?
Okay, so the topic of increasing price of ESN cards has already been discussed on BF Czech community meeting and also on the president and vice president community meeting recently. And the goal is to aim, or like we are aiming for increasing it by 20 crowns on the ESN CZ margin. There were during the communities presented like the numbers, because for example the average ESN card within the whole ESN network is presented or sold with margin of their NO of like 47 crowns, which currently is much higher than Czech Republic, and Czech Republic is like one of the better countries in terms of support for the ESN card system with partners. Currently the NO has margin of 25 crowns, so we are proposing to increase it by 20 crowns, so basically going almost to the average cost or average margin of NO, but just slight below it, yeah, while we offer more services than its average for the ESN card. So yeah, the goal would be to increase it by 20 crowns, and it would affect only the future orders, because yeah, there were orders already made, and it would be like a foul play to charge you more. So the numbers we were promised, how much it will cost you the next order that will be coming this fall, it's already like done with, dealt, and there will be no increase for the order that has already been, but the order that will be made in fall will have the increased margin from ESN CZ.
Also, I would like to mention that the discussions like this was presented to the network during PVP call and during BF's Czech call. So it was presented to these two communities, but of course it needs like more proper communication towards network and inform them, and should be, for sure it would be done during the summer, so before the actual order starts.
I have a reaction for that. You are counting on that income in the budget. Why is not the voting now? And also, yeah, it has to be a voting. You cannot announce it because it was voted by the whole NA absolute majority during the extraordinary NA in 2021. So it has to be, if you want to change it, you need to vote on it. So it would be nice if you are counting on that.
Okay.
Why is it not that like that?
We were working on the information from the current MB, and the information was that it's MB decision and we can change it on our own as an MB decision. Now, right now I see Prema, he is checking that, if it was approved or not. So that's why we did it like that. But of course, if there's going to be need to approve it by NA, we, for sure there's going to be extraordinary NA in September, yes.
I mean, I'm gonna check it, but we can propose voting on it like here as well. We don't need to wait for another NA.
That's also an option.
Yes, thank you.
No second question?
Yeah. So the second question. There is mentioned 50,000 crowns for ESN CZ office. From the information that we got from Prema, range should be around 3,000 per month, so annually about 40,000, give or take. What is the intention for the rest of the funds?
As Philip mentioned, right now, at the moment, we have 2 offices because we needed to hurry up to sign the new contract because it was the last office in the building for this 3,000 Czech crown. So we already have a new office since 1st of June, but we needed to, you know, leave the original contract. It has a 2 months leave period, so we can officially leave it at the end of the July. So right now for 2 months we have 2 offices. That's why there's an extra 10,000 crown to cover the July, because June is covered by the current MB budget. So that's why is it like that. So we are proposing 50,000 to cover the July expenses for 2 offices. But really there wasn't another option how to do it. And I'm super glad and happy that our current MB managed to get much cheaper office.
Just a reaction. I'm also very happy. I just was curious about the expense. It wasn't explained.
Just to add there, we are also counted with just a bit more money over because we are expecting the price of 3,000 for energies to increase in January, of course, because every year it's evaluated like higher. Yeah, you get the changes for energy costs.
Okay, your third question?
Okay, your income from merch, do you already have plan how to do it? For example, some items, visual themes, for whom should this merch be? Do you have a timeline?
Yes, so I will start with what we don't have. We don't have a timeline, but we have a plan. So it was already discussed with our new elected MB, and also we were searching for information from the 2020-21, where 2020 was the competition for the design of the national merchandise, and in the January 21 there was the actual order of the national merchandise. So we want to do it actually the same. So we want to ask, we will select 3 items, actually 3, maximum 4 items. We would like to ask sections to prepare the designs to the items and have a competition between sections on the design, so the best can win something also. So we just believe that if the sections are involved into the design, they are more willing to buy the national merchandise. Yeah, reaction?
So for whom this merch should be? Is it for our members? Is it for the ESN students? Just for the timeline, it is not great actually, because the last merch, I don't think it was 21, because it maybe it was.
I check it, it was 21.
Yeah, okay, but the most of the accounting and everything happened during my mandate in August. So yes, it will be your income, but you will stress with this timeline unnecessarily the next NB, which is not really nice. So I would reconsider the timeline, make everything faster, because everything is delayed. And I have something more. Please.
Yeah, like for sure we will start work on it like during the summer, so we are not going to keep it to the December or something like that. Plus also when we are going to buy the merch, actually based on the orders, first we will send invoices to the sections to pay it, and then when we have at least 50-60% of paid invoices, we will order the merch, because we don't have actual money or actual like budget what we can use for buying that big amount of the merch. So you have already something, just let me finish. And the last thing was about for who is the merchandise, like what is the target group. I think it depends sections on the sections, you know. Some sections use it for their members, their local boards. Okay, but for example, in my sections, we use it as a rewards for the international students for some competitions. So it depends what's the plan of the sections use it for. Or we also use it as a rewards for the members and local board. So it really depends.
Okay, now quick reaction. We need to move forward. Okay.
Well, it's important. It's budget. Sorry, I forgot my question. Okay, just covered.
Okay, so that's it. Okay. Before we proceed with next question, I'm proposing to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Okay, so Emre will pose the last question, and then we are going to close the speakers list. So now, the floor is for David Zeman.
David Zeman, ESN USB Budweis. How do you want to solve the deficit of the budget, regarding that this year's budget is already in deficit too?
So I want to say, thank you for the question. I want to say it's a long-term topic, deficit of our budget. I need to mention that we got this advice from the Monchar. There's some options that we can have a network budget or business budget. So we are more focusing on our expenses, and we want to keep it more like business, as a business budget, and we use and focus more to this as a grant to support our national events than the actual ESN CZ budget. We are aware that the money pillow is getting slimmer and slimmer, and it's not going to stay here forever. So that's why we are switching to the business budget, so we can be sure that at least next or 3 next MB are okay, and maybe they can have a networking budget. But right now we are in the situation when we cannot afford networking budget like minus 1,000 Czech crowns or minus 2,000 Czech crowns, 2,000 Czech crowns. So that's we hope. This is the worst case scenario, and I really believe it's going to be 0, and as Philip mentioned, it's going to be in plus. This is like what we are focusing. This is really the worst case scenario.
Thank you. Reaction? Okay.
Yes, I get like this is the worst case scenario, but like how do you want to get the money to slimmer the deficit?
Because we have new partnership manager. As I mentioned, we are already working on the new partnerships. So today there's going to be a presentation about the time travelers, where we already set up really low expectations to the budget, but we have high expectation from the partnership. Then, as you mentioned, the cooperation with the banks. So it's another income. Then the European Commission delegates in the Czech Republic. Then we can, in my mind, there is a grant from the Ministry of Youth and Education and Sport. Education, Youth and Sport, which is actually the project grant for the umbrella organizations for the youth. So, which is actually us, ESN Czech Republic. So, and the minimum budget what you can ask for in the project is 150,000 Czech crowns. You cannot ask for less. So this is what I would like to apply. The applications opens in October, closing in November. So hopefully.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So now question from Monika Bartošíková. Covered? Okay. So question from Teresa Vondrášková.
Teresa Vondrášková, ESN-CZ. Did you consult the sections about their interest in the national merchandise before you put it in the budget?
Thank you for questions. We didn't consult it through the communities or through the whole NA, but we consulted like individually with the sections, and what we got the feedback they wanted. So it wasn't official like discussed, but of course it's gonna be topic for PVP call or CM calls.
Okay, thank you. Now question from Monika Bartošíková.
Yeah, Monika Bartošíková, ESN-CZ. In the budget, you were mentioning other incomes. You were just mentioning there's amount of 40,000 crowns. What can we imagine under those incomes? You partially said it, but please, can you say it?
Okay, so there is a Euro Center, which is like 5,000-6,000 Czech crown per year. I guess maybe less. I guess less. And then there is most of this is based on the Time Travels Corporation. So basically, if we are able to do at least 2 trips with the time travels, we are able to achieve 40,000 Czech crowns.
Yep.
2 buses, basically.
Yeah, good. Monika Bartošíková, ESN-CZ. You mentioned withdrawal from VAT in your candidacy, which was the main point in your candidacy. But you still have it in your budget. What happened?
So at this point, we are voting about like the worst case scenario, so we cannot like count with 0 for what. Yeah. Also, I did some research. We will dive into the topic later, definitely during our mandate. I don't want to give a definite decision right now, but the topic of VAT is complicated, and as I also mentioned during my candidacy, my goal is to look into it, because it may be possible that it's better not to withdraw from the system, because you are also getting VAT returns, and there are things like DZS support and support from Vodafone, which is bound to the amount of money we get without VAT. And if we are registered in the system, it doesn't matter in the end, because if we are registered, they will give us more money just to cover the VAT. And if we are not registered, they just give us the same amount of money we would end up with when we are registered. Yes, so there are like complications. It's not just like miraculously we would get all the money that they send us, because we would end up with less money sending us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Emre Parsi, ESN City Prague. You mentioned the difference between the 5 and 3 NA concepts, and show that is a significant negative impact of having 5 NAs. But at the same time, I don't remember in the last recent 3 years, the most of the NA Februaries and NA Septembers are held online, or either cancelled. So what would be the cost if those were held online, like Zoom or whatever your tool we are using?
I can answer probably. So, I don't know. We need to change, I just need to summarize my thoughts, I'm sorry. I really believe that we need to change the NA concept mainly to make it back to the statutory events and focus to the, and switch to the training part, to the non-statutory events, and be sure that the right people are in the right event. you know, that they are really participating, they are active, and they know what's going on. So this is like my idea about the NA concept. But if the 5 NA concept is staying, if it's not going to change, we need to still count according our like processes, traditions, and legal stuffs with 5 physical NAs in the budget. We cannot assume that no one is going to apply and it's going to be online. We cannot do that.
Thank you. Question from Přemysl.
Přemysl Pilař, CZ. If you would not agree with certain part of the budget, what should we do?
Okay, so thank you for the question. First of all, the budget proposal was sent in the preparation pack, where was also the certain time and also the option to express the opinion on the proposals. So also there was an option for whoever to get a proposal for changing some part of the budget. If right now we are not agree on the certain part, we should propose another voting or no, but it was already in proposal, right? I'm now confused what we should do.
I'm fairly sure that I can amend the budget all the time before the voting, so that's the thing that can happen. Before the voting, anyone can amend the voting, so it would be a little bit different, which can happen even during the NA. It doesn't need to be before the NA.
Yeah, I just don't, how to say, I just cannot imagine that right now we would discuss, like all of us, about one certain item in the budget. So this is, I just cannot imagine, but it doesn't mean it's not possible legally. So.
All right. And now there are questions from Jakub Steinbach, so I'm going to read it out loud for you. So what was the decision behind the increase in funding of the free NAS version if the NAS will be generally smaller, thus cheaper?
Thank you, Jakub, for online question. First of all, the NA is not going to be smaller. We are setting new size of the NAs, which is like middle size. Now we have a small NAs around like 60, maximum 70 participants. Then the big NA, which is like between 130, 150 participants. The maximum limit for the participants in the new NA concept is 90 participants, which is like mid-size. So it doesn't mean, yeah, it's going to be cheaper than the big one, but also more expensive than the small one. So this is like the average price between these two big and small NAs.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, reaction from Monika. And then also reaction from Martin.
Yes, just Monika Varška, ESNCZ, just to clarify, now the support is 15,000 crowns for smaller and 35 for bigger. So we discussed this with the future board that it should be somewhere in the middle because it will be the size. So just to clarify the numbers.
Okay, we got a reaction from Przemek, and Martin, your reaction is covered. Or do you have it?
Maybe if I can, the price it's 22,000 Czech crowns. So we made compromise between 15 and 35. So we set up 22,000.
I would just like to clarify that the NAs will be, of course, cheaper in the end, even though they will be free, a little bigger, because the prices that
Can
are
you please
currently
speak more clearly?
currently being like the prices for the big NAs is around 400 to 500k, and the for small NAs it's like 120 to 180 thousands of Czech crowns, and the middle size NAs should be around 250 at maximum. So it should be way cheaper, but the involvement of the national level may be higher. That is the decision.
Okay, and there was another reaction up there from Martin Mičic.
Martin Mičic, ESNCZ. You said you averaged it. So did you do just the math, or did you actually ask some potential organizers if this price is, according to them, okay or not? Or was it just like average and that's it?
Okay, we didn't discuss it with the potential organizers because they are in the hands of the current MB. So, but we did the simple math, and also we looked to the disaster support budget. So we recombined our national budget support with the DZS support, and we believe based on the numbers of the NAs, like the expenses, it should be satisfactory.
Okay, thank you. Okay, another question from Jakub Steinbach. So, since we have non-zero intern expenses, Are we expecting to have an intern during your mandate?
Thank you for this question again. Yes, I believe that we are going to have the intern. There's like zero expenses because we want to focus on the E+ intern, which doesn't cost us any money. So that's why is it like that. They are going to have support through the Erasmus Plus program internships. So that's why there is a zero. Then also we can have a discussion about, but they are not interns, they are volunteers through the European Solidarity Corps, and their time and all the expenses is paying the ESC.
Okay, thank you. And now a question from Emre.
Emre Ilpars, ESN UCT Prague. How do you plan to support the national event ESN Epic Tale? It's in your proposal.
Thank you very much. It's a tough question, I must say. Based on this year experience, the Epic Tale were in the minus, and in significant minus for our budget, I would say. So, like in total an event was like in minus. But we covered from something. All what we asked in last time, so it was like 30,000 Czech crowns. When we asked the last time, was the state of the Epic Tale. We would like to organize the Epic Tale. I need to say we will try our best, but we need to look to the expenses also, and maybe of the number of participants, because it wasn't totally full. And we would like to use these as support for the national event.
Okay, we got a reaction.
Also, I would like to add that like the experience from this year of ESN Epic Tale gave us options to like save money on it and like have a better outcome of the budget, because this was like the first edition of the ESN Epic Tale, and I believe like future editions could do financially better because of optimization that would be done based on the experience of doing the event. So I think it got like brighter future, even though the numbers for the first edition weren't as bright.
Okay, no direction.
Monika Bartušková, ESN-CZ. This year it was the first edition. It wasn't that as we planned or as was planned, but still the whole event was zero because we used some support from DZS. But the whole plan of national event is that is the profit event, and it should raise the income or raise the money on itself. So that's the main, and that's why, and it wasn't before in the budget, and it's not now. So, but it's the most optimistic thing.
Okay, and last reaction from Martin Mičić.
He's getting near and near.
Martin Mičić, ESN-CZ. You told us about the optimization of cost or the expenses. Do you have anything in mention just from top of your head?
Firstly, the office. It's like half of the half of the expenses. Epic Tale. Sorry. Yes, I have. But I need to mention I wasn't part of the OC. I wasn't also physically there. So in my mind, I have a staff. What I just heard from someone. So because I don't have a personal experience from the event, maybe you were there. No. Okay, I wasn't there, but our Radia was there as a part of the OC. Also, she's part of the MB, so from her we get many informations, and from the people who get involved there. For example, in my mind is the cheaper band and performance group for the event.
So it's just a presumption that you can save money right now?
Like I can say, but I don't want to be mean or incorrect.
Okay, covered.
Okay. So, thank you so much. The question round is closed, so another round of applause, please. And now I would like to invite here Tereza Vondrášková to present the annual report of ESN-CZ.
Hello again. So I'm here to present you the annual report of ESN-CZ. You did not get it in the preparation package, but it will be forwarded to you after this National Assembly, and also you will be able to find it on our Google Drive. So this is a tradition that we do, that we create an annual report. It's for the calendar year 2023, not for the academic year 23-24 as our mandate. So the structure of the document itself, it has several sections about ESN, the goals and the principles of the organization and the structures of ESN. There is a section dedicated to events, both national and international ones. There is also a part dedicated to cooperation with DZS, parts for the projects that we participate in, also the financial overview, grant opportunities, partners and stakeholders, and also campaigns that we are part of. So to go through this quickly, there is the structure of ESN-CZ. Well, so you all know this, but just to reassure, so the highest body of ESN-CZ is the National Assembly, the statutory body is the President, executive body is the National Board, and the control body is the Audit Committee. The document also talks about the national supporters that we have. Regarding the sections on universities, you can see that we grew with one more section, which is ESN UWB Pilsen. And as I mentioned, this is the report for 2023, which means that unfortunately we still have the ISC, CT, and FRAG, but from this year forward, we will always have ESN at all of these sections. So I'm very happy about that. In the regard of the national events, you can see the timeline here. So we had many different events, statutory and non-statutory ones. There was NA in Zlín. There was the Newbies event as a non-statutory. There was National Erasmus Games happening. There were community meetings both in the summer and the winter semester. There were also the Newbies event in both semesters. There is NA Hrad, which was the elective NA, and NA Budějovice, which was the same that we are having right now. There was also the national team building ESN-CZ Olympics during the summer. And of course, NA September was held online, and then NA Zbradavice in the end of the year. And we also managed to have a Christmas team building in Pardubice. So it was quite packed the year, as you can see. In regards of the international events, there's many different events that we participated in as the NO and as individuals from our national organization. There were 2 statutory meetings, therefore general assemblies. There was also the Erasmus Generation meeting in Bucharest. There was training events such as Educate, TEP, and National Board training. There was also community meetings for all the communities. So education community, BFC community, the communication summit, TNA is training and activities, HR and network, and IT community. They all had their community meetings, and we participated in all of them. And also there were NAs of different countries that our members participated in different trainings, conferences, such as Local Changemakers event, and many others. There was also other events that we were part of, such as the Čeducon conference organized by our national agency, or Příští stanice Svět, which is also an event organized by our national agency, and which we annually contribute in its organization and well, in the content. Following up on that, there is the cooperation with the national agency. In general, there was improvement. There were more meetings. There's always increase in the cooperation. We are always trying to find new ways to cooperate, so it's very good. There was the 3rd edition of already mentioned Příští stanice Svět festival. They give us a big financial support that many sections use and benefit from, and also the national level There was also the Chiducon already mentioned. As you could notice, those of you who participate regularly in NAs, that DZS also joins us at our national assemblies and holds different presentations or workshops for us. And we also begin closer cooperation with Study in Czechia and Czechia alumni, which are under our national agency. In regards of the projects, there is a ongoing project of developing the headquarters of ESNCZ. In 2023, it was mostly about consultations, also with the NOs, national organizations that already have a secretariat or headquarters, and sort of getting a quality label. And we were part of a big project funded by the European Parliament, EGIA, Erasmus Generation in Action, which was there to promote, or still is, to promote active citizenship and in regards of the elections to the European Parliament, which happened recently, and I hope all of you were part of that. In regards of the partners and stakeholders, as you can see, we have a quite a list of the stakeholders or partners. We have more, but these ones are the main ones. There's also French Institute, as you probably know. We have our current office in French Institute, and yeah, we will be leaving them soon, but I hope this will not end our cooperation with them, as French Institute also holds different interesting events and projects. And when it comes to campaigns, we had many different online campaigns on our social media. So to mention a few, there was the mentoring program promotion. There was also the ESN Crown competition that was promoted on the social media, and also all different events of the network, not only the national ones, but also the ones of different sections or different cooperations through sections, such as Erasmus in All Colors. And that was it from me. And as I mentioned, you will be getting the annual report in whole soon, so you can approach me with the questions if you have any later when you have the whole document. Thank you so much.
All right, so now we got 5 minutes allocated for your discussion. So the speakers list is open now, so you can put your questions to Slido again. Are you writing some questions? No? Okay.
Go for the coffee break?
Yes, okay. Okay, so we got a question from Martin.
Hello, Martin, ESNCZ. What would you mention as the major success of cooperation with AGR?
Well, I think it was a great experience for our NO to participate in such a big grant and project. It was definitely, and also the cooperation with other NOs. I'm thinking, what was the biggest success? And also it got us into creating different events in our timeline or during our mandates, during our year, which we would maybe not normally have time for, such as the focus groups or events that are promoting mobility, promoting the active citizenship. So we did have more opportunities to do these events and also fund them from this grant. So I would say this was a big highlight of being part of the EGIA project.
All right, thank you. I just want to remind you that after the evaluation of action plan, is that right?
No,
Yes, after our action plan evaluation, there are going to be 20 minutes for your questions. So now I am proposing to close this speakers list. Are there any objections? No? Okay, the speakers list is closed. Terka, you can sit down. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Round of applause. And now, before we go to the coffee break, I would like to invite here Przema to give an NB announcement.
I would like to urge people that arrived before 3:30 yesterday to sign. The attendance list is a little bit different, so those of you who signed only one, please come here and sign the second one, because we needed to make another one. And before you go to the coffee break, thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have an OC announcement? No, we don't. So where do we find coffee break? Outside. Okay, guys, let's take a break and we'll be back on 11:45. No, and for 11:45 there will be picture time.
To by ten můj
like forever, so to have it officially in the documents as well. And then we a little bit redid the election process so it would be more robust, but in the end it is the same, but I'm not sure how if you know how it goes, so I made a little bit of illustration. So who do you elect as the king of the office? Well, let's say in the first round you had these percentages, so you can see that me and my dear, well, one of our dear supporters, Risha, was the second one in order. So if this would happen in the first round, where there would be multiple candidates, the candidates with the most votes go to the second round, only those two. Then you can see that there is still no absolute majority, so no one is elected at that point, because that's how it goes. They need absolute majority to be elected. So if this happens, you can see that I was the one with the most votes, of course. So I go to the third round, alone, against no one. And then it is voted like, do you want me, no one, or do you don't want to vote? And now I finally managed to gain at least 50% of the votes, so I was elected as the king of the office. Thank you. Okay, so this is quickly how the election system works. It technically worked like this even before, but there was like a little bit of misunderstanding in the first and the second round, so it was a little bit redid. So just for your knowledge, this is not something new. You should already know this. So next we have rules of procedures, the internal rules 2. The results of section consultation is not binding. So before every General Assembly, ESNCZ conducts a survey, an information session to figure out what you would like to vote on the General Assembly of ESN International. While the results are, right now, we don't have anything that says we are gonna vote like you did. So we decided to actually not do it. Of course, we will heavily consider the voices of the sections, but the logic behind it is if someone, let's say there's a secret voting, and if someone would like to vote differently, and it wouldn't be possible, it would be against the statutes and standing orders, then okay. Then they would have to cross the rules, and no one would notice because it's a secret vote, right? They would inform you, but they already crossed the rules that they did not vote like you wanted, so they would also inform you that they voted differently, right? Because it was already against the rules. But if it would be for the rules, then I hope that they could use this right to vote differently and inform you about the actual vote that they casted, and then you can discuss it. And why is this there as well? Because during the General Assembly itself, there are presentations about many topics. You gain the insights of other national organizations, and you may reconsider some things that you may have said on the section consultation. So that is why we want to give the National Board more flexibility on the General Assembly with their voting. So for the National Board, there is a representation fund. Because of the inflation, we wanted to, or like, and the price increases, we wanted to add a little bit more to representation fund. For me, the minimum needed to be raised because even though I was not paid from this fund, I was on both GAs and EGM, and it costed me like 36K, so it would be suboptimal if that wasn't there. Then there is addition for vice president, that it would be responsible for the communication with the audit. That is because no one has that responsibility, so we decided to give it to vice president, which is in charge of the governance. And then we decided that maybe appointing a chairing team for a whole year makes more sense now, but it is up to you to decide, right? And then the audit committee would have a duty to be represented at all NA meetings. They have the spots reserved there. About the financing of the spots, that's a thing that needs to be discussed. But we believe that the audit should be seen to also promote their activities as well. So at least one representative, and hopefully for 3 NAs it would be also easier for them to attend them. Then in the code of conduct, we changed the informal warning that was there to the official warning, as I said, in the warning system. So you can be issued an official warning for the misconduct on ESNCZ events because of your members. Then in the events policy paper, we decided to move it to the national board decision, which is, I think, one of the biggest decisions that we made. And that is because we believe that this conjunction of the power of the National Assembly to overrule certain decisions, which would be events policy paper, for example, it would help national board to make decisions that would be that could be challenged by the National Assembly if they would not like it, and it would be more flexible for the whole NO to work on these topics. Then those are like small changes, but the important part is that if the NA concept won't pass, then this is basically the only major change that is going to happen there. And in my next presentation, I'm going to show you the next thing in the events policy paper. And that is all from me. Thank you.
All right. So we got 10 minutes allocated for the discussion. So I'm opening the speakers list. You can again put your questions to Slido.
Yes. Can I? Oh, yes, you probably need to do so.
Okay. So Martin Mitchell has the floor. So.
Hello, Martin Mitchell. Sorry, I'm just copying the questions. So, do you think it is the right way to propose such a big change to the network 8 days before voting takes place? There are changes with significant ramifications.
Okay. So, first of all, according to our rules of procedure, I'm obliged to share with you the voting at least 7 days before the National Assembly itself. So I went by that rule. If that is enough time for it, that's another thing. But to continue with this, some of these decisions or these changes were consulted on the legal picnic in March. Some of them were discussed on the community meeting and on a PVP community call. So I believe that if presidents did their job and informed their sections, I suppose they should know about most of these.
Okay.
Okay, another question?
Martin Mitchell, SNCZ. Why did you propose to vote on these changes as one package?
Okay. So I believe, first of all, the events policy paper will be different package, just so you know. But in one package, we did this 2 times already. If someone would not like something from the package, I believe that they would be kind enough to let me know so we could exempt it from the big voting. So we could save time, basically. I don't want to have like 6 votings on all these papers. It will take like 30 minutes, and if people will read through it and decide that they want to not vote on something, they can inform us and we can make amendments to the agenda and votings.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, question?
Another one. Statutes, Article 4, Part 7. How are the warnings delivered? It should be defined in internal documents.
The warnings should be delivered in writing by the national board. That means that we can either issue a letter, which is not preferable nowadays, but email is sufficient as in writing.
Yeah, but this kind of thing should be stated.
It is there.
Where?
It is written that it is in writing and it will be delivered to the section.
Okay, I will consult it with you later, but I'm not sure that it is actually there.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Okay, let's proceed with the next question.
Yeah, Statutes, Article 4, number 7. The Audit Committee should be given a right to open proceedings in questions of issued warning upon request.
Sure. Audit Committee has the right to, upon request, they have a right to open the proceeding of the breach of statutes, internal rules, and decisions of the bodies of ESNCZ. And this should be a breach of statutes, let's say, because as I already said, it's not like a decision of anyone. These are very factual warnings that would be given. Like, did you receive the warning from ESN International? Yes. Were you not on 3 NAs in a row? Yes. It's like, I hope there is not enough of like a personal factor in that, but audit committee has the option under the proceeding of the violation of those documents.
It's just there is stated later in the statute that we have right to open proceedings upon somebody is already taken out of the network. So we also, like, it seems from how it's written that we have only a possibility to like question the factual sorry, I forgot the word about the exclusion from the network. It is written like that.
No, but like, as I said already, you can ask if the statutes were breached or like violated because of the warning, because it is in the statutes.
Okay,
that's like the idea behind it.
In that case, the latter part is also redundant because it is state.
Okay.
Okay.
Before we proceed with the next question, I would like to propose to close this. So the last one stating question will be Teresa Otcova. There is objection from Martin. Are there any other objections? Okay, so one question, or how many?
Maybe a few more.
Okay, I'm not.
Sorry, it's just if I can comment on it. We tried to go through it, and it took a lot of time for us. So I would be like if we could answer this question for the network.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think we can proceed to another question.
You can consult it also during the coffee break, but I believe it is important so it's stated here, right? Okay.
Yep.
So you can proceed with your next question.
Statute 47A(3). How should we interpret the term zastoupení? Does it include any person with voting right being present at the NA meeting?
The attendance? Like in English? I'm not sure if it's this first one.
Because for us, the Czech version is binding. The English version is just a translation.
I mean, it's very hard to react on one word in like documents full of words, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. It's not easy for us as well.
Attendance is any member from the section that is at the NA.
So it doesn't have to have voting right?
No.
Okay, covered.
All right, next question.
Statutes, does this mean that 3 consecutive absences of a member lead automatically to 2 warnings due to 2 and 3 combined?
Okay. There is a clause about a delegation of the vote. So if they are not present and neither they delegate vote, then yes.
Thank you.
Okay, now a question from Teresa Mondrašková.
Teresa Mondrašková, SNCZ. I would like to ask for clarification, or maybe somebody was wondering regarding the voting procedure. What is the next step if the percentage for both candidates is identical?
Well, according to our documents that I proposed, nothing will happen. No one will be elected.
All right. Another question from Martin Michitz. Okay, before that, is there still anyone writing question down? Okay, so
Sorry.
one more or?
Yes, almost there.
Okay.
Statutes Article 4(7)(b). In case of 2 issued warnings, are they both expire at the same time after the specified period, or like because it is not the way how it is written? It is like it's difficult to understand.
Okay, they will expire 1 year after being issued, each one of them. So the first one will.
So it is not possible that the first one will last longer than 1 year.
It is not possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, another question.
The formulation does not allow having two candidates with the same number of votes, which can happen. Like
Covered by the
want me to
by
repeat?
Tereza Vondrášková.
Yeah, okay. What happens if two candidates get the highest count based on the wording? Second highest count candidates advance two, so therefore multiple, like three, could
Yes.
actually.
That is when you have more than two candidates. If you have two candidates, only if no one is elected from the first round, only the one with the highest count is advancing to the second.
No, but
second round.
in case there are, for example, three candidates, and there will be two candidates with 10 votes and one with 9 votes, according to to these internal regulations, all three should proceed to the next round, according to the wording.
I would have to review it, this one. I'm sorry, I cannot answer right now. But like, it was not intended that three of them will continue. So if that is the case, we will inform you.
All right, now a question from Tereza Ocová.
Tereza Ocová, ESNCCU Prague. What advantages you see in appointing vice president responsible for the communication with audit committee and not the president? I know you said that the vice president is leading in the governance, but is there anything else?
Yeah, to ease up on president's agenda as well, because vice president currently doesn't really have anything on in their job to do. Like, it is like that. Their most demanding part is to do NAs, and that's basically it. Like, the vice president isn't that much of a. They don't need to spend so much time on the NB if the NAs are not happening, and since they are like seen as the person, as the people that are in charge of the statutes, in charge of the statutory meetings and stuff like that. As I already said, I feel like the vice president should be, and also it is like that in ESN International as well. So that was also an inspiration.
All right, thank you. Again, I'm asking you, may I propose, I'm proposing to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No objections. Okay, so I'm closing the speakers list, and yes, Martin, you can go.
Yep. In Internal Regulations 1, Article 6, 2C IV, the formulation does not allow having two or more candidates with the same highest number of votes, which could happen.
Isn't that the question that was asked already?
No, it is different section because CIV. Because because if nobody would get the more than 50%, it's just one person. Not if like if both would have 40%, only one of them should proceed to next. Or like
Yeah. So if they are both like 40%, then no one is elected. Like it doesn't state that.
So sorry, if both of them would be 60.
But both of them cannot be 60, because it's one position. Everyone has one vote, so you cannot have more. Okay.
All right, let's proceed to another question.
My bad, yeah. Internal Regulation 1, Article 6, Section 2. The way it is written under the section makes it appear the complaint can be sent only the national board elections. It should be to all elections.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, but we did not make a factual change in this article. So we just changed shortcut a word, and we shortened the time by 1 day.
Yeah, but shouldn't it be covered also? Oh, sorry. Okay, proceed.
Okay, another question?
Article 6. Amendment to the vote may be proposed. Is there, however, no official procedure? Shouldn't this be included in the IR? Because precisely like the amendment happened just before this NA, there is no official procedure how amendments can be made.
Yes, there should be.
Thank you.
All right, another question?
if NB vote is different to the section consultational results, there is a requirement to notify NA. However, there should be also reasoning. It is not required now, at least from our point of view.
Yeah, I hope that would happen, like, of course that it would happen. Like, if they decide to go against the National Assembly, I hope even if the reasoning would not come, that the National Assembly would ask, at least. But I hope the National Board would come with the reasoning as well.
Yeah, but if I can react to that, if you want to make this, like, robust way how to do it, wouldn't it be good to include it from the start? So
Yes, but what is reasoning? We did it because we like it. Like, even if I do it robustly, there are still ways how to overcome it. So I think we could be more flexible in things that cannot be set in stone.
So you want to make it more robust, but not really. Okay.
Yeah, I want to set an example how it should be done, but the most important part is informing the National Assembly that the NB is not obliged to go with their decision at that particular case. That is the meaning of the clause that we are adding. And if that happens, of course, they need to inform them all the time. It is the requirement from the ESN International. And I hope the reasoning will be there, but if someone would not like to reason properly, then they would find a way to not reason at all again. So.
Okay, covered.
Okay, next question.
What happens if AC is not able to attend? And this NA, it almost happened because there is no there is no statement. What would happen if the AC would not be on the NA?
Yeah, it's an easy one. Then you are not doing your duties right, and you can be dismissed. Will it happen? Probably no, but
what will happen actually to the NA? Because if it will be a requirement for NA, the NA cannot happen.
No.
Right?
It's not a requirement for NA. It's a requirement for the audit committee. NA can go on without audit committee, but audit committee has a duty to be there. But if they won't be at NA, it is also possible.
All right, let's proceed with another question.
Yeah, it was about this, that it could be stated the other way around, that for NA to be able, it's for the same thing. So I think it's covered by your previous answer.
Okay, and the last question?
Could you provide an example when a quick change needs to be made by the decision of the NB?
So in the events policy paper, we have a number of spots. We have list of events. For example, we did a new event that was not written in the event policy paper. Does the events policy paper apply to it? Yes, probably yes. Is it written there? No, because there are other events written. So, for example, these small changes. But of course, on the next NA, or like even you have the right to propose something, and the NA needs to be convoked in 45 days if you don't agree with the national board. So it would be for the NA, they could revert the decision if they convoke the NA or like informed. But to answer you more, it could be more about cancellation policies. It could be about, as I said, events, number of spots, and maybe some deadlines. Of course, the deadline should not be moved when it's already in motion. But for example, your board changed from 14 days to 7, and 7 days is not enough. So we are proposing it to change it back to 14. So that is something that we would like to have like at that exact time.
Yeah, we just like the quick reaction. We believe that the EPP should serve as a list of rules and good practices that should be obeyed and shouldn't be changed from on daily basis as NB decides. Covered.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Prema, for your presentation. Round of applause, please. And now I would like a member of the National Board to introduce the section representative session and wish book.
Okay. So we will have a section representative session, which is a session where we discuss in a closed circle. That means the National Board, Electoral Commission, and the section representatives. The candidates for the National Board in a structured way. So everyone can ask something that they were afraid to ask about other opinions, share their worries and stuff like that. We have now a decision that is governing this session, so I hope you read it when it arrived. And we will meet at the building C, and Petr will lead us there with in the next few minutes. And I would like to give the floor to the other part.
All right, so please. Later? Okay.
So the section representatives, Electoral Commission, and the National Board will go to the other building, and the rest of us will stay here, and you will have program with the next National Board.
Okay, before we proceed with the plenaries, we have a proposal of changes of the agenda from the national board. Before Przemek explains the proposals, we would like to just do a quick quorum check. So please, people with votes, put your voting devices up now. So we can, I know, okay. Okay, people who are going to vote, oh. Okay, 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 this again. I counted 16. 16 is enough, okay. So you can put it down. Okay, Prema, the floor is yours.
Okay, so the first proposal is to include the voting about ESN card price increase. The price increase would be from the national board, so that means the ESN CZ margin. So that is the amendment that we want to do, to propose a voting that will take place in the voting block later today, before the budget. And if this will not pass, the voting on the budget will not happen.
Are there any objection against this proposal? If so, please put your voting devices up now if you're against the proposal. So, okay, so you're not against it? Okay. Okay, I see 0 objections, therefore the proposal has passed, and now you can get...
So now I have another proposal. So because the voting itself, we don't see it would be that sufficient. So we are also proposing to have a short 5-minute presentation with a short question round to make this more transparent, so you know more about what you are voting about. This would take place also in the last block, and the time that is currently in the buffer would be used for that. So this is a proposal for the change of agenda for including a new presentation. Yes.
Okay, so now, so as you guys heard, you have heard the second proposal. We will put another presentation to make it more transparent. If you are against this proposal, please put your voting devices up now. 0. Okay, thank you very much. The proposal has passed. Thank you, Prema. And now, let's proceed with the agenda. Right now, we got NA concept change by Přemysl Pilař. So the floor is yours.
Okay, so hello, it's me again. So right now we will talk about how can we change our National Assembly meetings towards the greater good of all of you and all of us in the national boards. So the concept of National Assembly, for those who have been to the community meetings, you already know the presentation. Feel free to relax a bit at the first part of this. So what is this about? Right now we have the top part, we have 5 national assemblies, which is, let's say, more or less a tradition. It is vaguely described in the events policy paper, but in the end it's more or less tradition. There are, however, some procedures that we need to follow on given assemblies if the assemblies happen. So the top part is what is happening right now. We have the audit reports, national board selections, budget proposal, action plan proposal, and budget report, which also needs to be approved, which is something that we will be doing on this NA as well, because we forgot. and then the AC elections on the last one. So the new concept would count with 3 NAs, which would be with these responsibilities, because like we can fit into those with those responsibilities, so it would look like this. But how would the NA itself change? Because right now we have 5, so we would probably have less time, right? Well, so from the last 6 big NAs that happened, the average of how many minutes we spent on the training were around 160 minutes. And for the like absolute necessities of the statutory, necessities were like 320 minutes. So you can see that a very big part of the NA was the training. So this would sadly be omitted because we want to move the training part towards the other events that we are organizing and leave the national assemblies towards like, you know, the boring stuff. Like most of your new members are always complaining, oh, but I did not understand the legal changes. I did not know the people that were running for the national board, and so on. And these feedbacks are there for quite a long time. And like we see it, we hear it, and we probably need to finally do something about it. So, and what should be on the agenda then? Partner updates, project updates, for example, grants, what is happening in ESN International, what is happening in the national board, still international guests, because we want to keep that, at least in the first part, and still have the time for the section care. So the time allocation, the NAs would be like a little bit different concept regarding how big the NAs would be. The first, the size regarding the time allotment. It would start in late afternoon, so we suppose it would start around, let's say, 5, to have still a small part on a Friday for some partners, because it is still way easier for partners to arrive on Friday even late than on Saturday, if they are not open to it. And that would happen only like the introduction and opening procedures and the partners. Then on Saturday, it would be a whole day of plenaries as usual, we are used to it. And on Sunday, there would be voting and elections and closing procedures, but we would preferably end before lunch, because people need to travel home, and we don't want people to travel back home at like 12, so like in the midnight. So it would look like this. Then the spots, it would be also smaller compared to the big NAs that we are currently organizing, which is the smallest we can do now is 134 spots, if I'm not mistaken. Usually we go around 150. So the spot allocation right now would look like this in the events policy paper. It is already there, you can see the proposal. And as I already said in the previous presentation, if this concept does not pass, this will be omitted from the events policy paper changes, together with the open calls for the new free NAs. So you can go through it. It's very similar to small NA. There are just like few changes, which is more national supporter, more audit committee members, and with guests. Well, I added alumni because we didn't have those in the EPP. And then the important addition is the last line. The number of spots will not exceed 90. It is because we want to limit the size, because the bigger the NA, the more costly it is, and it's not just like linear. It gets way harder, because finding bigger plenaries, more accommodation and stuff, it gets harder, and it's much more costly. So this is how it would look like in the events policy paper. This is how it would look like in the open call. That is the document that we are sending for every NA. As the sizes would be standardized, this would come for every NA. So if you want to organize NA after this concept passes, you would have to plan it from 64 to 90 people. or like plus OC because OC is not counted towards it. So that's the size regarding the participants. And what are we trying to achieve? We want to create more engaged audience. That means the people that are actually interested in the topic will be there. The newbies or like less experienced member will hopefully attend the non-statutory events like community meetings or local boards training or another non-statutory event, or the complete newbies will go to the newbies event or team buildings, let's say. So we want to make this a proper statutory meeting. We would have more time for each topic if we omitted the training part. We would have more time for breaks, because who has been to NA Erasmus? We had a big problems with the time allotment, but there weren't that many parts that we could skip regarding the procedures, only regarding the training, so that is what happened there. We would also lower financial burden for OC and sections, because right now you are obliged, like even right now, even without the warning system, you are obliged to attend the NAs and vote there, all the sections. So we could lower this. If your section would be very much struggling, you would have to pay for just 3 spots per year, not 5. And if you would be sending like 12 people, well, that's up to you. And as I already said during one of my replies, the cost of the small NA is ranging from like 120 to 180 thousands of Czech crowns, and the big NA is ranging from like 400 to 500,000 Czech crowns. So those are big numbers, and this middle-sized NA should be like maximum 250 or 260,000, which is a lot cheaper if we also make them only 3 and not 5. It will also lower the workload for network manager, which is a big topic, since network manager is seen nowadays as a very overloaded position, because the network manager would not need to figure out the training and coordinate the trainers for this. And it's not that easy, because we usually have like one workshop session, like one workshop slot and one small session slot. So those are, let's say, 10 trainers or like 10 pair of trainers. So it's quite a lot of people to manage. And then, yeah, I said that one. We would move the regular updates towards community discourse, as ESN review intended when we changed the whole system how ESN works. So I hope that would work better. So you would be informed not just on NAs, but on the regular calls and with email or any other informal way of communicating and training to the training events. So undesired outcomes is it would be more workload for the whole national board, because the agenda would be more formal. So everyone would need to work hard, so they could come up with agenda for first to be sustainable for them, so that no one is like presenting all the things, like president. You know, president is from the word represent, right? So, but it is not desired that they would present all the topics. I still have 10 minutes, that's nice. Good, so I can talk slower. I'm like really focusing right now, but okay, I can maybe make it a little bit easier. Yeah, then we would have a fewer volunteer for representation. This could be a temporary thing, as we believe we could make other non-statutory events bigger. What do we mean for representation? Like if you take a photo where it's 150 people, it looks, of course, bigger than when there is like 65 people. That makes sense, right? Yeah, so it's, for example, this. Then, again, there would be no big event challenge for sections. I feel that was a very much the case of ESN VSE last year, that they wanted to make a big event, so they made a big NA, and now they moved to the community meetings. So that in the transition time it won't be really possible for this because we will have small NAs, we will continue with similar size for the non-statutory events, but that may all change in the future. Depends how you, the sections, will show the interest towards the non-statutory events. Then the next point, I think the most relevant one that cannot be easily fixed is that the audit committee has the obligation to present the financial report for the previous year, not financial, sorry, audit report for the previous year on the first NA of the calendar year. That means that if the first NA will be in March or in April, they will have to wait 3 or 4 months. And let's face it, people in the audit are usually already finishing their ESN career, so that might be quite too late, right? Right. And then a treasurer, a former treasurer has the obligation to present the financial report and get it approved on the first NA of the academic year after his mandate. And if that one would be in November, that would be also way later than in September, right? So that could be also a problem. How can we fix this? We could allow a delegation of this, which is something that happened already. So I hope that would be a possibility. And then, of course, it will be more work because we need to work on it to make this better for everyone. What are the risks? So the transition will be bad. That is always the risk. People will not get, people won't really transfer to the training events, and we will just have fewer people on NAs and the same amount of people on the training events, which I think is something that we should very much work on, because if this happens, then this whole concept was for nothing. But I believe, since I won't be the one implementing these changes, I just written them down. The next board will have to make sure that this will be done properly. Then the next part is diverse information flow. That means that right now we use all 5 NAs to present the updates, like the boards before us, not us that much, to be fair. So that could also happen, but as I already said, I believe if we will be responsible with our calls and our emails, this doesn't have to be the case. Lower interest in the national level. Well, you will see I think fewer people will see the actual work of the national board, and therefore I'm a little bit scared that that they won't be that motivated to do it as well. But on the other hand, more, let's say, engaged people will see the work of the national board. So I hope it won't be a problem, but it's just my speculation. And then there will be more hard topics at NAs, which I think this NA is very hard with these topics because we have documents, budgets, elections. So this NA is like a perfect candidate how it could look like, but you would have more time for it. But then we can focus on the trainings and networking on other events. So I hope we would make this work. Then we have transitional procedures. So there would be extraordinary NA September or somewhere around that time to make sure that all the things that will be done in the future, like on a regular basis, is gonna be done by that time. That means the action plan approval, because we could not figure it out until now. And I'm not sure what we want to do next. Oh yeah, the NA OC elections, yes, that's what we want to do. So that will happen on NA September. NA November, if passed, will be already to the new concept. That means that we would open the call right after this NA to find the section that would organize this. We have few possibilities here already approached, so we hope that will happen. We will have to monitor the non-statutory events, both how many of them are there, if the network feels like there were enough of them and not too much of them, because that was also one of the feedbacks, that we have way too many events, which is quite fair, because if you've been to national board calls, in every board call, which is every week, there's a topic like, oh yeah, what do we do about this event, because it's in 2 weeks. And it's always like this. Each time someone has to manage something like this. So we have a lot of events. And then we will have the official feedback that will be gathered from the section, which will be analyzed. And on NA June next year, maybe here, who knows, depends. There will be a report on this feedback, and there will be proposals for other additions to this concept, because, of course, I'm not, I don't know how to say it in English. I can't see the future, so the network needs to work with this, and the national board needs to work with network. So there may be some changes, of course, there might be changes even before, but it would be very nice to have like a whole year to see how it would look like. So that would be, how much time do I have? Okay. So that will be almost all from me. I would just like to remind you all that we have consulted this on NA Erasmus during the section cares, on the community meetings, on 2 PVP calls, and of course it was in the preparation package, and I'm here presenting that right now. We have sent the reasoning to the whole network. We have sent transitional procedures which will be voted on separately, and the actual concept. So we have so many documents, so I hope you are well informed about these changes and you can make informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now there's time for questions. So I'm opening the speakers list. So again, use the Slido. Here we go. So we got a first question from Emre. So, please microphone.
Thank you. Emre Ilpars, ESN UCT Prague. Did you make any changes to this proposal since since the community meetings that you presented it in the PVP community meeting?
Yes. So. I think that the main feedback that I took from the community meeting was that people were not informed enough. People did not see the actual changes on the paper, so we of course did that. So I feel like that has been made. Transitional procedures were a little bit augmented, like from what I've been thinking about, to ensure that more of the non-statutory events are included, so you will know what will happen with also the non-statutory events, because it is important for us that you have the opportunity to meet other ESNers and learn from them and learn from the national board or the trainers. So I think that we shifted the focus even a little bit to the non-statutory events than just the statutory events. So I think those were the main points.
Okay, so now we got a question from Martin Mičić.
Hello, Martin Mičić, ESN-CZ. As most of the people have to travel for NA, do you think that the plan for Friday program is sustainable?
Okay, that is something that we would have to see for ourselves. I would like to first mention that we already meet non-formally for the small NAs on Friday, and for the big NAs, non-formal on Thursday, and we start the big NAs basically around the noon on Friday. Sorry. So I hope this one will be a little better. If we will see that this is a problem, we will have to make a boundary toward our partners that our national assemblies are just on the weekends. So we will see. It's something that we will have to monitor as well. The other thing is there could be like a very non-formal part, but that is something that needs to be observed first.
Okay, thank you. Before we proceed with another question, I don't see any more questions adding to the. Okay, so I will leave it open for a bit more. So now Verča.
Veronika Plchová, ESN Czech Republic. How were these changes consulted with the new elected MB 24-25?
So I'm kind of cringing right now, to be fair, because I promised Veronika to come here and say a few words about it in this presentation. I believe we tried our best to make these changes together. I think the new national board will confirm that we tried our best to make this decision together. So that on the next National Assembly there wouldn't be like, oh yeah, we don't want this anymore. So we hope this will last for a bit. So that's that, and I'm sorry that I forgot.
Okay, thank you. Okay, before we proceed with next question, you got another one, the last one? Okay, so Martin will put there the last question, and therefore after that there will be no other questions. Are there any objections? Okay, so after that the speakers is closed. Now it's your space.
Martin Mijiri, SNCZ. You stated there is a risk of lowering interest in the NA. Is there any way how NB could spark an interest in sections for the other events? Is maybe also a question for the new NB actually. Maybe, if you want to answer it.
So I will let the new national board answer first. I feel like it.
Thank you. I will try to answer Veronika Plchová, ESNCZ. I will try to answer. It's very complicated because the members of sections are still changing, and it's so hard to keep the knowledge. So we need to be sure that the knowledge about what event is what, like what maybe LBT shortcut means, and it's well presented to their successes in the sections. And we need to somehow ensure that the right people are in the right event. I don't want to really be mean or something like that. I will be like more practical right now. But for example, newbie doesn't have any idea what's going on right now. Someone who is like 2 months in section doesn't have any idea, honestly, because I was in the same situation. So maybe for someone it's a little bit rude what I'm saying right now, but I still think for newbies it would be more beneficial communities meeting or the newbies event, for example, which is like every semester. So we just need to be really sure that the right people are in the right event and communicate properly with the sections, for example, through the section care, which we want to improve this concept and make it more working.
Thank you. Now a question from Emre.
Emre Parsi is in UCT Prague. Have you considered keeping the big small NA concept and switching the NA February and September to an online format in order to gain some more, getting rid of some cluster? And if yes, what made you decide to switch the concept to 3 NAs?
So it was a consideration, of course. First of all, I would like to mention that NA September was for a long time online right now. I think for 3 years at least. I think the last one was in Liberec, the one that was. We have experienced how efficient the NAs are, especially in the beginning when people don't see each other on the physical event, which we feel like it is very crucial, sadly, which is why we want to have at least a training event there. But the online format has its issues, and from all the online meetings we've been to, like since the national board has many online meetings, the efficiency of those are very, very low, or at least we feel like it is very low. So we opted for not doing the online NAs that much if possible.
Thank you. And last questions from Martin Mičic.
Hello, Martin Mičic, ESNCZ. In the transitional procedure, it appears to be emphasis on procedural and training. Should we understand it, the networking event are not your priority? Sorry for the wording, it looks like I've had a stroke.
So could I just clarify, like, networking events are, like, in general, like other events than these?
Well, no, for example, team buildings as such, because there is no mention of them.
Okay. We would like to, of course, make procedural NAs, which would lower the participants, so the networking would be harder, let's say. I still believe it would be all right, because more like-minded people, if we are trying to target our audiences more, would actually benefit for the networking. We mentioned LBT as a training event. We mentioned community meetings, which is more of a networking than a training event, actually, because you are learning from each other, you bond there. But of course, we still have in our strategic plan to have 2 team building events per mandate or year, I don't know, one of those, it's almost the same. So we would try to keep that if possible. Sometimes it's not possible, but we would like to keep that so our members can meet. Of course, it is also a priority. It's just not the priority of the proposal. But for the ESNCZ, the networking is priority.
Okay, thank you, covered. The last question. From this proposal, it appears that the NB action plan should have been voted on July. Is that ideal, or is there a presumption to have extraordinary NA for that?
No, the extraordinary NA in September will be extraordinary just like this year, hopefully, because we could not manage to do all these transition in time. But because like we are voting on it now, so it wouldn't make that much sense, right? But ideally, it will be, I think, in June, actually, before the mandate starts, and it will be voted before the mandate starts. The biggest issue with this is that right now our transition between national boards is usually set in like the last few weeks of June, so that is the issue. But we feel like if the action plan would be a cooperation of the current board member and their successor, it would be the ideal state for like the whole network either way. So we hope that that will be achieved as well. And as I said, it will be approved before the actual mandate.
Yeah, just a reaction. Yes, it is a nice idea, but we know that there are a lot of like supplementary votings for the NB. So there is a high possibility that many of the people who should be part of the action plan won't be voted yet. So that's the reason why I'm asking.
Yeah, that's a very good question.
Keep it short.
Okay. There could always be amendments. The actual positional action plans are not voted on, just the general one, because usually the positional action plan is how they distribute the responsibilities in between themselves. So officially the voted action plan is just for the whole national board. But if the people that, for example, you will have just 4 people and then you will have 2 more, the action plan would look different, right? There is a possibility always to augment this with an extraordinary NA if it calls for it. So there can be always amendments.
Okay. Thank you very much. So thank you, Prema, for your time, for your presentation. Let's give it a clap. Okay. And now let's move to section care time. Szczepanka is preparing for you the information about the meeting. So yes. So please, National Board members, come here and tell us more about your.
Okay, so now we'll have section care time. So for my sections, which are ISN CZQ, ISN Hradec Králové, and ISN Ostravska, please come with me to Asgard, which is this one. Yep, so please stay here.
Okay, so for me, my section care sections are ESN UCT Prague, ESN UWB Pilsen, sorry, it's hard, ESN USB Budweis, and ESN VSE Prague, and we will be in Midgard, which is, we'll figure it out, just catch me.
Okay, my sections, I will have section time with ESN CTU, VUT, Muni, and Olomouc. So we will meet, I think, in a building C, third floor. First floor, yes.
Hello, my sections are ESN Zlín, ESN VSB to Ostrava. Hoshita is not here, and ESN Liberec. And we'll meet also in building C in 8th floor.
Okay, so my sections will be meeting in building C on the 7th floor, and I'm meeting with the Mendelu, Pardubice, Ústí, and Charles University.
All right, thank you so much. You can go to the section care time, and we will proceed with the plenaries at 5:45. Thank you so much. Okay, so now let's welcome here Monika Bartošíková and Tereza Vondrášková to present ESN's Sevilla 2024 report.
Hello, hello. So, we are here to tell you a bit about the event, which is called Erasmus Generation Meeting, and which happened in the beginning of April in Sevilla. So, what is actually EGM? Do you have any answers here? I already said, but yes? To do. If I had candies and rocks, I would probably throw a rock. So, what is EGM? Okay, also wrong. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. No. Okay. Any right answers, maybe? Some of you, who was at the last EGM? Raise your hands. Okay, a lot of you, so can anybody give me a right answer? What is EGM? Okay. I heard the... Yes, thank you so much. Can you... Who was it? Can you... over there. Almost.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so I will not torture any longer. It's a flagship project of ESN, and it's the student-led conference. It's not a party. It's not what was this, vacation. Of course, well, the social program is there as well, but the main aim of this event is the conference. We invite their stakeholders. We invite their important people. It's a very important ESN event. EGM represents everything ESN stands for, our values and mission, which are reflected there. And we show the externals, what ESN is and what our impact is. So it's a very crucial event to show our value and to the external world, let's say, and the stakeholders. And of course, very important is that it provides the space for young people to have their voice heard during this conference. And of course, as always, we are trying to improve mobility also by this conference. You want to?
Okay, so what is it about? What did we do there? So the whole event is like for 4 days. At the beginning, there is the flag parade. It starts with flag parade. Officially, it's starting by opening ceremony where all important persons and also European personas this year were there. Also, we, as a Czech Republic, we could show some Czech traditional food and drinks on international dinner, and afterwards we tried some Sevillian specialties and traditions at Sevilla dinner. Then a very important part is EGM Expo. EGM Expo, it's about that the companies show their job opportunities, and also the sections represent their universities for mobility opportunities and so on. Also, the whole big part of the EGM, it consists of the sessions. This year, like sessions, workshops for all stakeholders, but also participants. This year there was 196 sessions, which compared to EGM Portugal in 2022, there was only 65. So this number is also increasing. And also another part like poster gallery where we could post our projects. And the whole event was finished at ESN Awards, where it's like ESN Crown, that's all sections in whole Europe can, or whole ESN can show their projects. And big congratulations again to Artemis, who won one. And we finished by Gala Night. So this is our delegation. It's not that very nice, but this is our delegation in the flag parade.
not that cool. And the left side, this was the opening ceremony where also Vice President of European Commission, Margarita Signas, was in person and had a presentation, and then the closing ceremony by one and only Adel Smejkalova. We also we are really happy that we could share some projects like mentoring there in the poster gallery, or we could attend some sessions, and we finished it by, yes, the closing ceremony, and with all the helpers and OC members and everyone who was part of the whole this event.
And we also held some sessions and workshops. Okay, so the participation overall was that during the opening ceremony there was 1,700 participants present, so it was quite an incredible number. When it comes to the overview, so you can see that the Czech delegation consisted of 46 people, so we had quite a big delegation. Also comparing to other NOs, there was 39 delegations, including the ESN international one. There was 70 plus nationalities present at the event. 1,200 plus participants from ESN. So comparing to the first number, you can see also that there was a lot of stakeholders, national agencies, representatives, and different partners. Yeah, mentioned 400 plus external participants, and the OC consisted of 64 volunteers, and also the team leaders and stuff. Where is the last number? What to improve for next editions? These are points from us, but also from the ESN International that they shared with us during the last General Assembly, and also during the delegation leaders' calls that we had. Even after the event, we did have some evaluations and feedbacks, very extensive calls. So what we feel is the problem and should be improved is that ESNers still do not understand the format of EGM as a conference, and as was mentioned as well here, some participants go there for vacation, they go there for the party, for the social program, they apply for workshops that they do not attend later, which shows a very bad image of the whole delegation, and so all do not behave accordingly during the whole conference, so that's a big problem. Also, what was quite issue was communication during the event. So there was many communication channels which might be confusing for some people. Of course, transportation between venues in a big city, it's always a problem with this amount of people, so we will have to work on that in the next editions. Well, there was complaints about the food. Yes, the next is also that the event should be downsized to improve the quality. So this year it was a very, very big event with a lot of participants. As you know, there was also a football match happening there in the same days. So it was, the city was full, and it reflected on the quality. So yes, and also the opening and closing ceremonies were too long. And what also was mentioned, this is very much connected to the topic and to the understanding of what you are applying for when you're going to such an event. What could be better in ESN-CZ? I started. Yep, definitely proper communication of the event. So it's not just from us to, or from the international level to us, and from us to you, what the event is about and how you should view it, how you should approach it, what you should expect about it, but also from you to your sections and to the people who are going to this kind of event, to tell them what to expect, how it's going to be, that there is going to be some long parts, that there is sessions and workshops, that it's a conference. There is, so this is what we should improve in the next years, and also the selection process of participants that the sections do themselves to find the that we should evaluate how you look for the participants or how you assign the spots.
Okay, so the first point is the I know this is evaluation of the point system. I don't know if you know the point system is which people will go there. Now it's based on the individual and the section point system. We would, and also some NB points. We would love to also propose the next board to maybe to change it and do it differently, or maybe it's also more transparent. And the last thing is feedback. It's going to be short. We got from international level, we got feedback on feedback, how to do the feedback, because that was not the feedback for the OC and all of the was not very constructive and was not very nice. And they also proposed us to tell you, and also to think about how would you feel if you get as the OC of this amazing event, the feedback like it's horrible, it's disgusting, and so on and so on. And we also wanted to say this because last months we saw that in some ES&CZ events this happened, that the feedback was not very constructive, was not very it was not sometimes nice to read. But we are still volunteers, we are doing it in our free time, so sometimes think about that. And the last slide is about next EGM, Ancona 2025. You can already, have dates, so you can write in your calendars. It's gonna be smaller, no European personas, no that official as this was last year, based on also feedback from this. And that's all from us. Sorry? And that's all from us, and we have, I think, 5 minutes just for your questions.
So thank you so much, girls. So now we got 5 minutes allocated for your questions, so I am opening the speakers list. You can, again, put your questions to Slido. Again, think about it if it's relevant for everyone. You can also use your time during this, the coffee break to ask girls about more details. But still, we have some time, so if you have some questions, you can put it there. Okay, we got one comment from Přema.
Přemysl Pilař, ESN-CZ. I would just like to comment on the conference format. The feedback is that people don't feel like it is for ESNers anymore. This, however, is tackled by the International Board. I was actually on the meeting of the International Board, and I saw they were talking about it for 2 hours. So please, if you can do the constructive feedback on these topics, you may be heard in the future. So please keep on doing the constructive feedback, and you will be heard. So maybe we will figure out, because the topics that were for the next EGM proposed were themes were advocacy between a local level for the IROs and stuff like that. So they want to make it a little bit more oriented towards the section, so everyone feels heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Přema, for the comment. So I don't see any questions. I'm therefore proposing to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? I see no objections, therefore the speakers list is closed. So thank you very much for your report, girls. And basically you can stay here, and because now we are going to have action plan evaluation by the National Board, ES&CZ. So the floor is yours.
Come to me. Okay, so we can start. Okay, so we prepared for you the action plan evaluation of the action plan of our board of ES&CZ, and also individual action plans. So about a bit about the action plan, we implemented the new strategy plan for the years 2023-2026. So we were the first board to which have this 3 years strategy. There is the national action plan plus the position action plans, as I mentioned. There is also the tracking sheet, which I hope all of you are kind of familiar with at least, which shows our progress in the individual tasks, and where you can see all the descriptions and all well, all the information basically. And we had also update presentation at NA Herat 2 months ago. So NA Erasmus, okay, right. It didn't feel right when I was sorry, at NA Erasmus. So this is a screenshot from the tracking sheet. So you can see that there is both progress of the ESN-CZ and of the individual action plan. We had together we had around 459 tasks that we were trying to accomplish. Many of them are finished. Some of them are still going. Some of them are postponed. You can see that on this graph as well. As anticipated on the NA Erasmus, we finished around 80% of the agenda. We still have some ongoing tasks that we will hopefully be finishing till the end of this month. But to the 11% of postponed ones, it's mainly caused by the fact that we lacked the position of network manager and partnership manager. So these 2 important positions we had to distribute between our board, and it was quite a challenge throughout the whole year. And also that, as I mentioned, we implemented the strategic plan, so we were quite ambitious in the beginning of all the tasks we wanted to achieve, and then throughout the year we found out that some of them will have to be postponed to the new board, to the next boards, to also leave them something from the strategic plan. You can also see there the overall action plan progress, so you can take a look on this at the tracking sheet. And to the points themselves, so we have the action plan is distributed into the strategic priorities. The first one is international students. I have, 3 minutes. So there is some specific goals. We were trying to evaluate it by percentage, but of course some of these goals are very, let's say, opened, so I can't really say that we achieved inclusivity on 100%, but we were trying to provide a tolerant, supportive and welcoming environment, and also promote inclusion among universities. We were there was goals about mobility and social impact and causes, which we believe we tried to accomplish quite well. Regarding internationalization, this point was mostly about cooperations with other student councils, which we did not take as a priority this year, so this is mainly postponed to the next boards. The second point is the activity and services, where was the national event, which we successfully conducted under the leadership of Monet, who had it under her wings. There was also International Erasmus Games, or the national round of International Erasmus Games. There was, well, as you can see, the external partners have 25%, as I mentioned. We lack the partnership manager, and we did not have this much priority of finding new partners. We were mostly maintaining cooperation with the ones we already have. And regarding the events, or in general, promotion and raising awareness of events based on causes, the international events, and we think that we quite achieved that, and also providing safe environment. We established, the safety team was established, stable safety team for all the events, which is awesome. Thanks to Terka. And also we have the code of conduct created by our great vice president. So this is, the code of ethics was transferred into the code of conduct. I have, okay. Third point is volunteers. So again, there is a point of communication. We were communicating international opportunities. We did not revise the communication channels, so that's why there is 50%. But regarding the events based on training, newbies events, we did those that we anticipated, and we also involved alumni in the whole process. So we had some alumni holding sessions. Strategic priority number 4, Code of Conduct and Code of Ethics. I already mentioned that. There was national events timeline, which you heard a presentation about. Also, we were trying to be transparent. We did the quality assurance. The restructuring is still ongoing. Yes, the National Fund to back national supporters was quite successful. The Secretariat is still ongoing. The GDPR. Okay, I will go through the points. And regarding professionalization, there is still a lot of work to do by the countries. We try to our best, and as I mentioned, cooperation with non-governmental organizations was postponed to the next boards. And the last point is visibility and outreach, which we try to achieve as best as we could regarding the fact that we did not have a partnership manager. Okay, so I will go to my slides that I'm already taking the time from. So regarding my action plan, regarding the individual progress, you can see that finished tasks are at 85%. The ongoing is still some of the agenda, and some of those are postponed. So we will take a look at them as well. So regarding the network, I was trying to work on the stability and well-being of the network in general as well, one of my priorities during my mandate. Keeping the the network updated, sorry. I have to give a shout out here to the education officer, Vercha, who created a great WhatsApp group for education and opportunities, and many of you are part of that, but she also tried her best to inform network about education opportunities mostly, and a lot other things. Thank you so much for all your work. I was part, me together with Mancha, we were part of we were taking care of the GEA project. I was already mentioning that before, so I will not go into details. Of course, safety, mental health, focus on ESN events. So here is the shout out to events coordinator Terka, who is the safety team main leader, and she also tried her best to focus, and she also did many workshops for us on mental health, so thank you so much for that and for all your work. Finding relevant partnerships was one of the goals that I had, and which I did not achieve, but we started some communications. Regarding PvP community, he is not here, but shout out to PvP community manager Mikey, who helped me greatly with the management of the community, which is great, and thank you all of you who are part of it. You had a great year, I think. We had individual calls, we had meetings, we had meetings. I am forgetting, yes. Regarding professionalization of ESNCZ, we implemented the new strategic plan regarding receiving quality label, Erasmus traineeship, and headquarters. This was mainly taken by Prema, and we are in the process. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking this part. It was part of my action plan, but we decided to, or Prema wanted to take this part. So regarding representation, I was trying my best to be at all, I was at all the statutory events of ESN International and of ESNCZ, of course. I was at some other ESN events. I was at EDUCOM meetings, external events, voting, and I was voting and representing on behalf of ESNCZ, trying my best to represent our country correctly, and we did the section consultations, of course. In regards of institutional partners, the main partner I was in contact with was the national agency, DZS. We really improved our cooperation. We got under the study in Czechia now, so we are creating together new ways of cooperating, and we were having joint workshop on EGM, so that was a great success for us, I think. And also regarding section care, we had regular communication with the sections. We had section care times during events, and we are still about to evaluate the quality assurance that we did. And regarding the team, of course, I was responsible for the action plan for the national board and for holding the NB calls and meetings and for the team agenda in general. And so that was my action plan, and I have some photos here as well. This is from the time when we were still babies and we didn't know what we are heading into. So these two pictures are from the transition meeting. Also from transition with the board before us. This is from the ESN Olympics when we already had some idea. Yeah, this is from Christmas meeting we had, and this is from board building during the summer. This is yeah, from some of the international events. Yeah, this is newbies, right? International EGM. I really like this picture. This is from the newbies in spring. Team building of CZU Prague, sorry. Yes, some other, yeah, okay, this was the Brno United, yes, okay, sorry. And this is from international events. This is the international community, I'm ending, international community of presidents, and some interactions with the national and international people. So this is the cooperation of Czechoslovakia. And another picture from EduCom meeting where I am with Vercha, who is the next president. And I think that's it from me. Thank you so much, and I'm passing the word.
Hello again. I'm here with slightly more entertaining presentation, I hope at least. So, this is what you can see when you go to the tracking sheet. Well, still a lot of ongoing stuff, something that was not started. I cannot do the minutes before they are taken, right? Sadly. Some postponed stuff, well, we will talk about it later. So what happened in my mandate? We did the legal documents overhaul 3 times. And we are not stopping. I mean, my mandate ending does not save you from me and my legal changes. I'm sorry. But like, yeah, we did that. I would like to thank Maruška Soukupová because she was a big help. She was doing so much work. I couldn't have done it without her. I would like to thank, of course, the legal documents working group because they were also part of all these changes. We spent so much time together. Then I was in charge of NA meetings, like organizing them. But actually there was a more work with the revision, which is actually a part of our action plan to revise the advantages of holding 5 statutory meetings, which is, you've seen the culmination of it right now. I did the section questionnaire internal analysis. As you could notice, there was no like 4 sections, but we did it inside the board to conduct next steps, and well, I gathered feedback if you want me to do it. Then I managed the section care concept, mainly in the beginning, to distribute the people to the sections and manage the process of quality assurance. And then I was in charge of ESN UW peoples, and that is our member, and it's a great honor that I was the one leading them to the full membership in ESN CZ. The next part. What happened? Well, we started gathering stuff on Secretariat. We managed a working group. We did not get that much further, but like now I at least have a general idea how to do it. I was working on ESN Wiki so much, it was not, because the platform is not working, sorry. Finally, I can stop advocating for it in few weeks. Then I managed a new office. It was, well, in Czech they say, přišel k tomu jak slepej k houslím. So it was a very lucky moment for me to be on the right spot at the right time. So, but yeah, like we have a new office, so it's nice. And actually, I had the honor to be a locksmith and a blacksmith and everything because I had to do so much work there as well. Well, I was also managing missing documents that are missing, or like missing procedures that are missing, like the budget report approval or the section applications, which we are almost done with, hopefully. And then we did some expansion, I suppose. We approached we approached more universities, but like one of them is promising. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you can look like in the middle of the room. I would like to thank Plchu for this because she was in charge of this and the secretariat. Even though it's not my supporter, I just stole her. So what I did, which was not really part of my agenda, I was in charge of the newbies in autumn, a CEP delegation, National Erasmus Games and International Erasmus Games. We did the bank survey. I did so much IT stuff that I did not like it at all because, you know, I just studied, so I'm supposed to know how to fix a printer, sorry. Then I decided to do the section checklist automation. Well, I did one part and I want to continue with it when I end my mandate, but like we will see. And I was in charge of the events community. So I would like to thank Terka because she was helping me with some of these events. I would like to thank Daniel, which is not here, for HR and events community manager, and Radia because she was helping with the community as well. And that's another supporter that I just stole. So. What did not happen? So it was a section questionnaire report for section. I launched an opinion poll, and the result was that I am not, that you are okay with me not doing it, that I can spend my time somewhere else. Formal change to the national board structure. We had different things to do, like the national assemblies, but we did our research. Applying for a grant, it would go through the mandate. I hope it will be better if you apply for a grant at the start of the mandate. Presentation for banks, not enough data yet. By the country's cooperation, well, I think it was rough ride in other countries as well. What will happen? I want to finish the quality label application and task description for the secretariat, the cookbook, missing legal documents, and section checklist. And I don't need to be in mandate to do all this. I can just assist the new board. So this is a very short time for my photos and all my friends. And because I'm popular with memes for whatever reason, you can post them as well. So my first friend is my inbox. My second friend is the statutes. My third friend is the new code, new civil code, the section checklist, and my calendar. Thank you. Oh, and yes, and Vicky, sorry. Now, I actually took some photos, even though I'm not really into photos, but I'm running out of time. So you can admire them there for, let's say, 15 seconds. It's all me, look at me. I was at places, it was incredible. I could travel a lot and it was costly for my mental health and my wallet. Oh, one more. This is me doing the technical chair, it's not an easy job. This is me, me, and me. And I would like to thank my chairing team, to not forget about them. Like this chairing team, look at them, they are doing so much work. You don't even know how hard it is. You saw my photo when I was doing a technical chair. And I would like to thank Bart, which was the previous main chair, also serving under me. So that is all from me, thank you.
Okay, so now it's time for treasure agenda. My whole work during this year. So this is my beautiful graph. I'm really happy that I could finish about 64% of my action plan. I have 6 postponed. It's because It's or some events, some plans that we started, but another national board will continue with that. And I have 6 I didn't start also because I took some part of network manager agenda, and I didn't have a lot of capacity to do more. So let's start with some treasurer stuff. So of course, my main things was to stabilize some financial stability. So issuing invoices for all national events, for newbies, EGM, Epic Tale, ESN cards and fees. I did bookkeeping. You can find all the finances on a Google Drive if you're interested in that. And also payments on time, I hope I did all the time. Regarding grants, as Terka already said, I was part, together with her, we were part of this EGIA grant. We attended a lot of calls, and we were taking care of creating the events for this grant, reporting it, of course. And in this, I would like to thank the VUT and Olomouc for patience and helping us with this project. Also, I've managed to open the working group for grants. We have like five people there. We at least try to find some to do some research, maybe some templates for grants, but unfortunately, I'm sorry. But unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of time to put more time for that. And that's why also there's still a lot of, we didn't together explore a lot of like European and national grants in more depth. So that's what I'm kind of sad about. New sources of income, it was also in my action plan. I wanted to find some new commercial partner for ESNCZ. And we started discuss, after Epic Tale, we discuss with Raja about the time travels. You will hear more after this. You will hear more. And yes, so unfortunately, it's still continuous, so it's postponed for me. And the partnership, but still I was trying to do the partnership management regarding the optimizing current partnerships, update websites, esngar.org, and together with Vercha and Philip. I also did a huge part on the DZS regarding financial technicalities. We did together with Sterka calls with sections. We tried as much to support them as possible. And also we did the sessions with the DZS at EGM. Together with Vercha Malendova, together with Vercha Malendova, we took care of our VF Czech community. We had call every 2 months, like 4 months together. We met at Midsums. And I'm really happy that I could see that the number of people on the calls increased. I think there was max 17 people, so I'm really happy that you went to the calls. We usually discuss the topics from national, international level, and some also problems from some of the sections. Unfortunately, I'm really sad that we didn't have the BF Czech physical meeting because of my absence the last semester, and also this year there was not that many people interested. So they didn't start it. Another part of my NB agenda was also section care. Thank you all to the Muni, VUT, Olomouc, and CTU, sorry, and CTU for amazing time with you. We did some quality assurance calls, we did meetings. We met, you invited me for team buildings and elections. I tried to be everywhere where I could. So that's regarding section care. And now another agenda. I took also some agenda of network manager. So I had alumni. So together with Barto, we try to promote the activities and opportunities to alumni community. Afterwards, the mentoring together with Barcha again and Radia, we did the mentoring program, and we were trying to raise awareness about this program. We were doing the campaign and videos, and I still think there's a lot of to improve, mainly also regarding maintaining it. Also, together with Noemi, she's in here. She was training coordinator. We I had the training part, so every semester we did training needs. Based on the training needs, you filled out the form. We tried to do the sessions and the type of session, the training events at the NA, CMs, LBT. Unfortunately, meetup didn't happen because there was no interest in that. We send the training opportunities from the national, international, and other external partners, and also try to at least somehow continue with national pool of trainers. We increase the numbers of trainers. However, I still think there's a lot of, again, to improve. We didn't have a lot of time to maintain it, to have a calls very often. So I hope that the next year, possible future network manager and current or new board will do it. And last things, the national events. I have some events that I was responsible for. I organized and was responsible for ESNCZ Olympics, but also there was a huge help from NB, so thank you for that. It was also our first event together. LBT, I was happy to be NB responsible for the first event, local boards training, and together with VET we organized it, and it was amazing. And also work with NB on Enterka on agenda was really great. The newbies event, I was responsible, and we organized it together with Terka, again also as events coordinator, and Moni and Terka. And the last thing, I think for me, or almost last thing, was the challenge, the biggest challenge for me was being the delegation leader at EGM, which started like in October, so it was really long way. And I would not be able to do it without Terka and Terka, so thank you for that again, and for you who attended. And the epic tale, it was that I did usually mainly financial stuff and invoices and so on. And I also attend some international events, so the community meeting, national board training, EGM, or General Assembly in Sofia. And the section care time was really amazing, so this is from your section care time, and usually the biggest section care time in NAs. Amazing with Alamotes, and we attended together with NV. We had our first ESNCZ Olympics. We attended together the local boards training. NA's amazing people, and EGM. I'm happy that we could present there the mentoring program. And yes, and that's all for me, and I'm really happy that I could have this journey. It was an amazing year, so this was, thank you. And it's all from me.
Hello. So I would also like to contribute and share with you what I have done during my mandate and what not. As you can see, as Terka said, we are all of us, we were ambitious at the beginning, but I tried my best and tried to fulfill like almost, sorry, I have some notes here. Unfortunately, the reality was different, so I did not fulfill everything, but still, I tried. First, like the biggest part of my agenda was social media, of course. I wanted to show you some numbers. So we reached approximately 500 new followers on Instagram, and I think it happened because of increasing of video content, which was also one of my main goals. And at this point, maybe I would like to thank Martin Petrovitsky, my supporter, video coordinator, for supporting my ideas, or you always bring some ideas, and sorry if I think sometimes I think I was kind of annoying, but thank you for everything, for all of your hard job. The most seen video was from community meetings in Ostrava, and it was actually the result of one of our workshop, which was also made by Martin. Then the strategy was that I wanted to show more events, people, faces, because I think that it's something that get more attention. Then when it comes to partners promotion, I continue with sharing everything what was needed. Unfortunately, it was not based on any strategic plan, as it was planned at the beginning. So that's something that I did not achieve, unfortunately. Also, another thing that I didn't achieve is that I supposed to maintain partnership with some partners that could help us with events for international students. But what I want to mention here that I think that, or from my point of view, that we kind of increased connection on social media with our national agency, with DZS. We always shared their initiatives, their events. So it's kind of, we wanted to express how grateful we are and that we are aware of how much they are important for us. And it was nice that we always left some comments and hearts and messages. And then LinkedIn, I wanted to increase our activity on more professional social media. So at least I tried to reshare articles from or posts from our statutory events about our partners and institutions we worked with. And then another part of my agenda was graphics, of course. So on the way I made survival guides for our events, graphics for events itself, posters, booklets, and it was always in cooperation with my visual coordinator, Batcha, who's not here. And also here I would like to thank Maruška Červenkova, next communication manager, because she was my social media coordinator. Then something towards the network. So first of all, my communication community. So we managed to have monthly calls. We had in total 7. Then something that I'm really proud of is community meetings in person, of course. In Ostrava and Olomouc, we managed to have two communication tracks. Then meet your colleague meetings during NA. And when it comes to my involvement in community, I attended Communication Summit in Malaga last September, and I attended National Communication Managers calls. Then when it comes to section care, I said it today, I always try to be here for you and help you, even sometimes it was not easy, maybe. But I managed to have quality assurance calls with all of my sections, and as I said, I was try to be available during the whole mandate, online, offline, during the events. And regarding the national level, I always attended, of course, our calls, meetings with the national board and supporters. I tried to, or I cooperated actually with each positions. Then I supported OCs of national events and events manager in terms of making graphics and promotions, and sometimes I found myself in somehow in some OC, for example in Epic Tale. Regarding my supporters, we try to have monthly, let's say, calls and discuss content for social media. And I also wanted to mention some things that were not set in my action plan, but these are things that I'm quite proud of. So I was content team member for ESN Olympics. It was also mentioned here many times, and Newbies event this spring. Then I was responsible person for Epic Tale, and I was something between OC and helper on the spot in Ostrava. Then I'm really proud of mentoring campaign we made with Moncha and other people, because we created, and thanks to Martin, beautiful video. then campaign for social media, and we had, or I made poster for EGM for Moncha and Terka, and I created some merch for Olympics for our national board and EGM. And some pictures, very quickly, I guess. So at the beginning, I want to show you how fresh and funny we looked last summer. This is my favorite picture. I will skip what you already saw about our transition, etc. So I wanted to show you events which are in some way significant for me. So Communication Summit in Malaga, which where I first met with my colleagues from whole ESN, then J Ankara, because I love Turkey as a country. Then Newbies event this spring, it was really nice. And of course EGM, because it was my first EGM ever. And on the way, I met many inspiring people, and I believe we will stay friends forever. As you can see, I have thousands of pictures, and sorry if I couldn't fit all of you here. So this is big thank you to everyone, to you, to my national board, everyone. And of course, we spent nice time with my section care, so here are some pictures from our meetings and, yeah, meetings. So thank you, ESN Zlín, Ostrava, Woodways, and Liberec. And the biggest thanks goes to my national board. You were always supportive, and I believe that we will somehow stay in touch forever as well. Even if there appeared some clouds, we managed to find a way to get from it. So thank you very much.
Okay, so it's time for me. Maybe you can notice that my graph looks a bit different. In my action plan, there is a lot of continuous tasks, and since our mandate is not over yet, I didn't feel like marking them as finished. So that's why there is a lot of ongoing tasks. So basically, it's all the basic maintenance tasks, like keeping an eye on the servers, on the Google Workspace and Slack and all the other stuff. Then there are few actionable points, which is the finishing the migration to the single VPS, so we can reduce some costs and prepare the VPS for the Satellite 5 finally. In the innovation, we have the registration system for the events, which replaced the previous simple forms in the Satellite. And I'm still working on the assembly app. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to make it working for this NA, so you will be able to enjoy it hopefully for the upcoming NAs. One thing which I didn't manage during my mandate is establishing the IT community. We had a very small community at the community meetings in Olomouc, but that was just the very, very start. So I hope in the upcoming years it will get better. And for the goals, again, it's continuous tasks, cooperation with the other members, helping with the events. I helped again with some of the events others mentioned, with the Newbies event in the autumn, with the CEP delegation, with the Olympics, and so on. I have shared the opportunities with you throughout the semester, which came from the other national organizations, and as an international. And I have attended the IT community of ESN International. There were 2 community meetings in autumn in Denmark, in Copenhagen, and in Ghent in Belgium in February. And we had also obviously the regular community calls, which I have also attended. For the section care, I would like to thank my section care sections for inviting me to some of their events. So thank you to Mendelu, Ústí, Pardubice, and Charles University. And yeah, that I have still we still have to finish the quality assurance analysis with you together, and that's all for the action plan. I have also some pictures. So as you can see, my way started here. That's before the elections. Then on the transition meeting, this is also the NA with the elections, the first big one, the NA Hrad, and yeah, this is from our board building in the summer, and this is from the community meetings in Copenhagen, which were also not only IT but 2 other communities with us. And again, there is picture from team building with Pardubice. There is a picture from the newbies event. I didn't find any better picture I had. Maybe you can see some pictures of the trains. That was like a big part of my kind of mandate because I like trains. So every time I had to travel somewhere, train was like my first choice, which I looked into, and many times I picked that one. So yeah. And again, few trains and few more pictures from EGM, community meetings, local boards training, flag parade in Pardubice, and I don't know what all. That's all for me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And now it's time for questions. So I'm opening the speakers list. Please, when you state your question, state there to who the question is directed, okay? Are there going to be some questions? I hope so.
90 minutes of nothing.
Is there someone typing a question? Nobody? Okay, I'll just give you one dead joke, and then I will propose to close the speakers list. So, why don't eggs tell jokes? They would crack each other up. Okay, so okay, so we have a first question from Martin Mitchis.
Hello again, Martin Mitchis, SNCZ. This question is to the whole NB, as you had to cover for the agenda. Would you say that you were missing network manager during execution of your action plan, and perhaps advice to future board to appoint somebody suitable if not elected?
So, we were missing a network manager quite a lot. Splitting the agenda into all of us is also not optimal because like then we have to focus on different things. So if someone suitable is there, I would heavily recommend appointing them, but they need to be really suitable because you know that I personally am not a fan of people being in the position just to be in position. So please, next board that has the president has the right to appoint someone, so please consider everything if you are going to appoint someone. Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, it's reloading. Okay. So, from Jakub Steinbach, as you said in the beginning, national board is what? Yeah? Okay. National board is usually quite ambitious about the action plan. What tips regarding the preparation would you give? And it's directed to all of you.
Okay, so I can answer and then like you can add if you want. I would definitely say consult the action plan with the previous board. Also evaluate your possibilities, but in general, I think it's quite hard to, in the beginning of the mandate, really say what you want to do and like accomplish it all. So I don't think there is a shame in having some percentage of the tasks not completed or postponed. Like having action plan 100% accomplished is amazing, but I don't think it's necessary for the board to be successful, a successful board. Yeah. Do you want to add something?
I would like to advise that the consultation take way longer than they might seem. Consulting anything needs to be done at least like, I don't know, at least 3 months in advance, and it takes such a long time. So please consider that. Then I would like to say that like not finishing the action plan is actually kind of nice, because like if you finish the action plan in the middle of your mandate, what would you do after that, right? So let's be ambitious at least a little bit, realistically, so you have time to do everything, and you can aspire to do more than you would realistically try.
Any other tips from other NB members? No? Okay. So, I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Okay, I see a question from Martin Mitchits. Are there going to be more? Okay, so I'm closing the speakers list. So, Martin, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so it is for all actually members or NB. What are you most proud about your mandate, and what will be the major challenge for the next NB in your eyes?
Thank you for the question. From my point of view, from my agenda, I'm really proud of that we started to discussing the topic that our budget is not the most sustainable as it is, and we started to think about another ways how to improve it in case of discussing with Vodafone, grants, the bank survey. So I think this is this thing. And the second thing is that I'm really proud of myself with EGM. And the major challenge for the next NB in my eyes is really the network manager agenda, to really divide it equal. If you don't have one, divide it equally and don't get crazy.
Okay, so for me, what I'm most proud of is probably the cooperation with DZS, how the involvement of the cooperation, and that we also got to have the together workshop on EGM about our cooperation. So that was great. And I would say the major challenge, the same as Moncha, the network manager agenda, because I think it was very, very challenging for us, and I wouldn't wish for the next board to have the same, have to go through the same.
So for me, my biggest success, I suppose, would be something that may happen or not, like depends on you, because like having the having the whole change of the concept is a lot of work, a lot of consulting, a lot of documents, but since it has not been passed yet, I hope, I'm gonna say something different. Well, one time I said like 3 magic letters, and the whole event was intrigued by it. So I think like the spark of the EGM in Prague would be one of my greatest success. So I hope that might happen. And the biggest challenge for the next national board, of course, it will be me. So thank you.
Well, there is many things I'm proud of, but in general, I'm proud of my mandate, that I manage it with my work life. I'm proud of my communication community that I kept it alive, because maybe it was not that alive in previous years. Also to community meetings we had. I'm also proud of local boards training, the first edition, and Epic Tale, which I was OC, and I know how hard it was to organize it and set the concept of the event before. So, and maybe mentoring campaign, yes. There is another question.
Yeah. The biggest challenge for the next national board, do you think is? September.
Yeah, maybe that Prema will stay here for a bit longer, probably.
Okay, so I think I would mention two things. One would be or maybe three, like the events registration system, and I hope the DGA app, which I'm still working on, or the assembly app. And second thing I would mention is the community meeting in Olomouc. Even though it was rather small one, I'm still happy that it happened at least in like reduced time. And the biggest challenge for the next NB would be to have enough people in the board to manage everything.
All right, thank you so much. That's it from this part. So once again, clap, clap, clap. Before we let you go to have a coffee break and have some fresh air, I would like to remind you that in front of the plenary room there is a feedback poster for the OC. So please use the time of your during your coffee break to go there and also write some feedback. And there's also flag, so yes, write some nice messages to flag. Thank you. Enjoy. Final plenary session of today. All right, so without further ado, I would like to invite here on the stage Monika Bartošíková and Radmila Centnerová to present Time Travel's partnership. Okay, girls, the floor is yours.
Hello, hello. Nice. Hello, hello, everyone. I hope that you are fresh again after the refreshing coffee break. And we have the pleasure with Moncha to present you the new partnership of ES and CZ, Time Travels. And you might wonder what it actually is, Time Travels. What does it mean? What is behind this partner? So, to sum it up, give you a quick introduction of what is it. It's actually a travel agency found in Finland, and as the name travel agency can help it, they organize trips, and it's quite a big name in Northern Europe. As you can see on this map, they already cooperate with other NOs, with more countries, mainly in the Northern Europe. Such as Finland, Sweden, Norway, all the Baltic countries, and recently they started a partnership with ESN Poland, and now they are open to cooperate also with us as ESN CZ. So, what is it about? What is their concept of their company? They actually offer trips for students to the places which are not as easily accessible as other places, so mostly nature, and they provide the trip to the desired destination, plus some other activities like some sport activities or survival activities, and so on. And what is in for the company or for ESN actually, when you cooperate with Time Travels, they actually offer that they do all the job we are usually doing as OC. So they do everything. The only thing we have to do is the promotion to the students. So they know about the trip and they can register, but otherwise everything else is done by the travel agency. What they do, what kind of trips you can expect. Their flag trip is the trip to Lapland. They do this kind of trip to multiple times per semester with most of the countries they cooperate with, but they also do trips to Iceland or to other places in Norway and Finland, and also to Baltic countries. But they are also open to organizing trip to new destination, and that's something we are gonna mention in a bit as well. So that's the basic idea and the background of the company. And now I would like to give the word to Moncha, and she will explain more details about the partnership for ES and CZ.
Regarding the partnership with ES and CZ, so we started this call, or actually Raja started this, had this idea before Epic Tale, when she was looking for, and we were looking for some partners. And the discussion with Time Travel started before Epic Tale, where they gave us the promo code ESN CZ North for any Lapland trip available on the website of Time Travels. And also we got this 300 euros vouchers for Epic Tale as the reward. So this is the current offer, and they already promised us that they will cooperate with us the next national event. However, we started to discussing with them not only this particular partnership, we also wanted more. So we were discussing some trip for ES and CZ, where, as Raja already said, it would be organized and covered everything by Time Travels, also refunds, anything. Only thing on ESN CZ and ESN sections would be the promotion. Also, what you could get is that you could get the free OC spot per 20 participants. So if you get a lot of participants, you can get from your section the free spot. The minimum participant of this whole event is 35 participants. And we are starting to discuss it now because there is like the cancellation policy of the whole trip. We have to do it 1 month in advance. So if we already have some trip proposal, which Radia will present you, and that's why we are discussing now, because there is it should be promoted like in August or in September. And right now they are not in Czech Republic, and the trip would not be in Czech Republic. But there might be in the future potential extension of destinations to Czech Republic, but it would be more difficult. We would have to also come up with some ideas. So for now, it's not in Czech Republic. So about trip proposal, I give back word to Radia.
Yeah, so let's talk about the trip proposal itself. So as Moncha already said, the trip would not be this time in the Czech Republic. We spent quite a lot of time discussing what could be the best destination for us for the upcoming semester. And so we consider the distance for our students, because Northern Europe is quite far away. And also starting a trip for the first time in the Czech Republic would be a lot of work because they would have to start from scratch. But they mentioned that they have a trip with ESN Poland to High Tatras, more specifically to Zakopane. So yeah, that's a destination which is not far, and they already have some background for this trip. So after careful discussion, we decided to make the trip to this destination. I would like to mention before I mention some other details that this is only the proposal, and I would really like to encourage you to ask questions during the question round if there is something not clear, or also after the coffee break or in the evening during the social program, because we would be really happy to get as many students as possible to this trip and to make it suitable for you guys in the sections. But now back to the trip proposal itself. It will be at the end of October. We also consider there is the public holidays, so it would help us when it comes to the interest of the event. As I already said, the destination would be Poland, High Tatras, mainly in Zakopane. The preliminary price would be around 300 euros. They also consider ESN card discount. So for the participants with the ESN card, it would be lower. And the departure cities preliminary would be Prague, Brno, and Ostrava. And you might wonder what is actually included in the price of the trip. So for everyone who would participate is actually included the bus transportation during the whole trip. What time travelers usually do, or always do, they rent a bus which they use for transportation to the target destination during the whole trip, and then for the trip back. There is also accommodation for the whole trip, then one breakfast in target destination, and some sport activities such as orientation walk, hiking in Tatra mountains, plus the services of the time travelers guide. On top of that, there are the extra activities which are not included in this main price or in this proposal, and the participants would have to pay extra for these activities. If you want an example, it's for example a visit of spa or a museum, or there was also an opportunity to go to the cave in Slovakia.
And why do we want this partnership? I don't know if you remember, but we were cooperating, well, we are still, I'm not sure, cooperating with Yes Trips. The Yes Trips, it was doing the same. They were creating the trips for us. And however, the cooperation was not that successful as we thought. And we also discussed this with the northern and other NOs, mainly in the northern part, and also with Poland and so on. And they really recommended time travels, and we wanted to try it, so we tried it. And and why do we want to try this cooperation with them? Because they propose us like different types of events, different types of trips for our students to High Tatras or to maybe somewhere in Czech that are unique and that you cannot get, like, I don't know, on foot or or by train. It would be also less work and stress for our sections. So, for example, I know that the bigger sections, you already have a lot of people to do these trips, but smaller sections, they don't have this, they, for example, cannot do these trips. They don't have a human capital. So it might be also useful for you. It would be also as a commercial partner for ESNCZ, because we would get the 15 euro provision per every participant. And also, there is the future possibility that this partner could be also for you as a sections, because for right now it would be ESNCZ, but if, for example, you really don't have time to create your events, so you could start a cooperation with them, and then also the provision would be for you. So I hope that I didn't forget anything, and this is all from us. And we would also like to highlight that we got from Time Travels posters for you, and it's about them, and we would love to bring it back to your sections and really like have it in your offices and somewhere to promote this partnership, so that in October, or if we decide, it would be a lot of people would come. And we will do, after this whole session, please, at the end, Bertha will remind you, but so section delegates will please come to us, and we will give you the posters. And that's all from me. You want to answer?
No, you covered everything, Moni.
Thank you so much, girl, for your presentation. Now we got some time allocated for the discussion. So if you have any questions, please put them down on Slido. In the meantime, do you want to hear another dead joke? Yes? Okay. How do you organize a space party? You plan it. All right, we got the first question from Martin Mičic.
Hello, Martin Mičic, ESNCZ. This whole offer sounds a lot like guest trips to some of us. Do you feel that this partnership has some promise to be successful? To be more successful, actually?
Well, we hope. No, to be honest, we actually considered it before negotiations with them, but considering they already have a successful partnership with 7 other NOs in Europe, it's promising. And I also have personal experience with them. I went on one trip with them, and so I have some idea how it works. But we mainly based it on they already have cooperation with more than one other NO, and it works very well.
Yeah, I just want to react to that because I have the same experience. I went with them on a sea battle, and it was very well organized. It was from Stockholm to Tallinn at the time. It was really nice, and also multiple friends of mine went with them to Lapland, and it was apparently once in a lifetime opportunity to see it, and it was very well organized. So I would like to say that time travelers know what they are doing, so hopefully it will work out for ESNCZ.
All right. Is there somebody writing a question? Okay, so I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? I see no objections, therefore the speakers list is closed. Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's give it a clap. And now I would like to invite here on stage Philip Wagner, who is going to present ESN card price increase. Sorry.
Hello, me again, and yeah, now for the topic that was appended in the agenda. ESN card price increase. Yeah, let's first take a look on how ESN cards are like doing in the world, or like in the world of ESN, how big the Czech NO or like ESN Czech Republic is. We are actually 5th in the number of ESN card partners we got. So considering how many countries there are, we are quite doing well. And we are also 8th in the number of ESN card ordered for our students. Here you got a screenshot from the ESN card report. We could take a look on it later. And how is it with the prices within the network? So on average, ESN card is sold to Erasmus students for like 365.7 Czech crowns, if we count it into Czech crowns, without the tax. And on average, the NO of the ESN country takes margin of 47.6 crowns. Currently, the Czech NO is taking the margin of 25 crowns, just. While, as you saw on the first slide, we offer, let's say, better service than most of the other NOs within the network. And yeah, the margin from ESN International is almost 62 crowns. It got increased, so in the last order, you may have noticed the increased price of ESN cards. And the last number presented here is the average section margin, which is 250 crowns, 256. You can maybe reconsider for how much money you are selling the ESN card, how much money you are making on the international students, considering how much money sections within the network of ESN are making out of it. And yeah, that we got quite a lot of partners. We are kind of busy bees in getting those partners. So the value of ESN card within Czech Republic is higher than elsewhere mostly. And yeah, now for the proposal itself and the numbers. You can see since 2021, there has been the ESN CZ margin, and the total price with VAT, with value-added tax, ended up being 75. Then the current situation since this spring, because the ESN International increased their margin while we stayed the same, it's 105 crowns per card with VAT. This is the current order that you will get this fall. And the proposition would be for the future order, not affecting the current order, disclaimer, to increase the margin by 20 crowns, still doing like slightly below the average of the margin on card by the NO. So as you saw, the average in the network is 47. But yeah, we are Czech Republic, we are not as much expensive country, while we provide a lot of services for the ESN card holders. And therefore, the total total cost from the NO with VAT would be 129 crowns. That would be our proposal we would be voting on. It's also part of the budget to increase the margin, and for the next order that would be done this fall, it would cost you 129 per card. Yeah. Now you can also take a look at the ESN card report we got the data from, and it's space for your question here.
All right, thank you very much. I'm opening the speakers list, so you can put your questions to Slido again. In the meantime, why did the math book look sad? Because it had too many problems. Maybe I will start to get ready, right? Okay. I see 0 questions, so we are just going to wait a bit more. So, what do you call cheese that isn't yours? What do you call cheese that is not yours? Nacho cheese. Nacho cheese. Okay. All right. There is still 0 question. Therefore, I am proposing to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? I see no objections. Therefore, clap, clap, clap. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we move forward to another part of the agenda, and that is votings. Woo! All right. So, are the section representatives or people with delegated votes in the second and the third round? All of you? Yes? Okay. Oh, those hammers are smashed. Okay. So, yes. Let's go to the quorum check. So the question is, who is Szczepanka? Options are, the first one, the problem, or the second one, Sharka's sister, or the third one, who? Who? So, and we need 2/3 majority needed, and it's a public vote. So, for option number 1, that Szczepanka is the problem, please put your voting devices up now. Okay, thank you. You can put them down. Option number 2, Sharka's sister. You can put your voting devices up. Okay. And the third option, who? Okay. So I'm happy to announce that the quorum has been reached with 4 votes for that Szczepanka is the problem, 2 votes that Szczepanka is Sharka's sister, and that 13 votes for like who is Szczepanka. I see no bueno there. Okay, so thank you so much. Now let's move forward to the reasons why we are here. So, voting number 3. The question is, do you approve NA concept change as it was proposed in preparation package for NA Sever 2024? The options are yes, no, and abstain. So, who votes for option number 1? Yes, please put your voting device up now. Okay, you can put them now. Who votes for option number 2? No. You can put your voting devices up now. Okay, and who votes for option number 3? Abstain. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so. This NA has approved NA concept change as it was proposed in the preparation package for NA Sever 2024 with 18 yeses, 0 noes, and 1 abstain. So, yes. Now, voting number 4. The question is, do you approve NA concept change, transitional procedures as it was proposed in preparation package for NA Sever 2024? The options are yes, no, and abstain, and we need an absolute majority, 10 of 19 no votes for the approval. So, Who votes for option number 1? Yes, your voting device is up now. Okay. Okay, you can put them down. Who votes for option 2? No. And who votes for option 3? Abstain. Thank you. Okay, so I'm happy to announce that the NA concept change transitional procedure as it was proposed in preparation package for NA Sever 2024 has been approved with 18 yeses, 0 noes, and 1 abstain. Let's move to voting number 5. The question is, do you approve SIR changes as it was proposed in preparation package for NA Sever 2024? The options are yes, no, and abstain. Again, no. This time we are going to need 2/3 majority, so 13 out of 19 votes for the approval. So, who votes for option 1? Yes, your voting device is up now. You can put them down, okay? Who votes for number 2? No. And who votes for options 3? Abstain. Okay. So, it's my pleasure to announce that the voting number 5 has been approved. So SIR changes they were approved as they were proposed in the preparation package for NA Sever 2024 with 19 yeses, 0 noes, and 0 abstains. Now, let's move to voting number 6. So, the question is, do you approve budget report approval for academic years 2020 and 2022, 2021 and 2022, 2022 and 2023 as it was proposed in preparation package for NA Sever 2024? Did I read all the years correctly? Okay, good. The options are yes, no, and abstain, and we need absolute majority, 10 of 19 votes for this voting. So, who votes for option number 1? Yes. Okay, you can put it down. Who votes for option 2? No. And who votes for option 3? Abstain. So the voting number 6 has been approved. So the budget report approval for the academic years that are stated here on this slide, as it was proposed in the preparation package for NA Sever 2024, has been approved with 19 yeses, 0 noes, and 0 abstains. And now I'm going to pass the word to the Electoral Commission.
Hello everyone, please keep attention for just a little while longer. So before we actually start, there are some requirements that we should run through, so the voting is okay and you know everything what is relevant to this. So, as we have only one candidate for each position, it is the easiest way, and according to internal regulations, if only one candidate runs and does not obtain the consent of an absolute majority of full members in the first round, the second round will not take place. That means that the candidate needs to receive 10 votes for yes. In that case, it will be appointed. Otherwise, no, unfortunately. Also, as in matter for the ballot paper, they contain name, surname, and the name of candidate and the position of which the candidate is running. No, that's the wrong one, sorry. Actually, you can choose, just circle it. Ballot paper is invalid if full member admits to at least one of the following statements. Did not comment of any candidate, marked several options for one candidate, voted in favor of more than one candidate for the given position at the same time. This one doesn't count because we have only one candidate. Invalidated the content of ballot paper in such a way that it is not clear how the member has voted. Has invalidated the contents of the ballot paper in the way that endangers good morals or public order. Also, if the ballot paper is invalidated before or during the voting, the voter has the right to request the Electoral Commission to issue a new ballot paper. The voter submits only the new ballot paper to the Electoral Commission. Once we have this, I think we can proceed. Everybody understands everything? Perfect. So, do you elect Veronika Malindová for the position of Vice President of the National Board of ESN-CZ for the year 2024-2025? Options are yes, no, and abstain. Yes, we have this beautiful scrutinium. Let's wait. Okay, we can start with this one. There should be music. Please not. Don't break the order. You lost something. Yes. So, do all have voted? Yep. Yep. Some of the votes have been already collected. Yeah, people, this is precisely the reason why you should be in the first row. There are four another. Yep, perfect. And now for the number 2. Everything ready? What? So, for the second part, do you elect Josef Drha for the position of Web Project and Administrator of National Board of ESN-CZ for the year 2024-2025? Yes, no, and abstain. Once again. I love democracy. So all the vote has been collected? Apparently, yes. Thank you for the cooperation. On this place, I would like to thank to the Electoral Commission, because later it won't be appropriate to thank them. So thank you to them, and yeah, result later.
So thank you very much, Electoral Commission, for your work. And now let's proceed with the public votings, because there are still some of them. So, voting number 8. Do I have your attention? Yes? So, yes. The question is, do you approve event policy paper changes as it was proposed in the preparation package for NA Sever 2024? What is wrong? Okay. The options are yes, no, and abstain. So, and we need 10 out of 19 votes to approve these changes. So, who votes for option number 1? Yes, please put your voting devices up now. Thank you, we can put them down. Who votes for option number 2? No. And who votes for option number 3? Abstain. Thank you. All right, so the voting number 8 has been approved. So the EPP changes as it was proposed in the preparation package for NA Sever 2024 has been approved with 18 yeses, 0 noes, and 1 abstain. Okay. Now let's move to voting number 9. So the question is, do you approve ESN card price increase by 20 Czech crowns as it was presented by Philip Wagner during NA Sever 2024? The options are yes, no, and abstain. And we need again absolute majority, so 10 out of 19 votes for the approval. So who votes for number 1? Yes, please put your voting devices up now. Thank you, you can put them down. Who votes for number 2? No. And who votes for for option number 3? Abstain. Okay, thank you. So it's my pleasure to announce that voting number 9 has been approved. So ESN price increase by 20 Czech crowns as it was presented by Philip Wagner during NA Sever 2024 was approved by 18 yeses, 0 noes, and 1 abstain. Okay, it's the finish line. So, voting number 10. The question is, do you approve budget proposal as it was proposed in the preparation package for NA Sever 2024? The options are yes, no, and abstain, and we need absolute majority, 10 out of 19 votes needed for the approval. So, who votes for number 1? Yes. Put your voting device up now. Okay, you can put them down. Who votes for option number 2? No. And who votes for option number 3? Abstain. So, it's my pleasure to announce that the budget proposal as it was proposed in the preparation package for NA Sever 2024 has been approved by 19 yeses, 0 noes, and 0 abstain. Amazing! And now, I would like to welcome on stage Monika Bartošíková to present summer edition of Bludišťák.
Okay.
Budeš dávat tohle, jo? Zatím se to... Okay, so before results of elections, I have here the summer edition of Bludišťák. And so, what is it? BFček Bludišťák. BFček, I hope you know, it's the business and finance community of ESN CZ. It's a community of local treasurers, partnership managers, ESN card managers, and it was merged since 2020. It's called after symbolic token from Old Czech TV. I hope you remember it. TV show for teenagers. And it's kind of motivational competition for all treasurers and partnership managers of BFček to promote the partners and so on. I'm really happy that this semester we had record number of tasks. It was 15 tasks. And the points were for attending calls, promoting our partners. It was mainly Rosender, the paying invoices on time, or things about ESN, or clicking that you ordered your ESN cards on time. Also, I used the Bludišťák for sharing info about mentoring. You were sharing with your section. Also sharing Epic Tale or Bank Survey. It's the newest one. So now I want to announce the 3 places. So the 3rd place goes to ESN Prague. Okay, so congratulations. The 2nd place goes to ESN Beauty Brno. And the 1st place goes to ESN Hradec Králové again, with amazing 46 points, which is like twice more than the 2nd place. So really congratulations. Okay, so that's all. Thank you very much, all of you who are part of this community or who are sharing, who are promoting everything. It was amazing. I think it was kind of active. I got a lot of messages that you are promoting it, so I'm really happy. And I think that's all. So congratulations, the winners, and that's all.
Okay, Štěpánka, you don't need to change it. It was said that I need to say just 2 more dead jokes, and then we'll have the election results. Yes. Okay. So I will tell you 3 jokes. Okay, before the results will be presented. So, so why don't skeletons fight each other? They don't have the guts. Okay, another one. Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. Okay. Another one. What do you call fake spaghetti? An impasta. Are we ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Okay.
So, almost last but not least, secret voting results. Thank you, everybody. Oh, this will make more bad things or not. First of all, I would like to thank both candidates applying for NB. It's terrifying, disgusting, and you did not even start it. So I would like big round of applause for both of them. Thank you. And now I would like to ask Vercha, could you come, please? So, voting number 7. Do you elect Veronika Malindová for the position? No, come on, it's your moment. Do you elect Veronika Malindová for the position of Vice President of the National Board of ESN CZ for the year 2024-2025? Options were yes, no, and abstain. Congratulations. Gratuluji.
Pardon.
Prosím, krásné. Don't be discouraged what I said just before. So, now for the second part. Josef, can I ask you? Okay, so same as before, voting number 7. Do you elect Josef Drha for the position of Web Project Administrator of the National Board of ESN CZ for the year 2024 to 2025? I'm sorry. I would like to thank you very much for your candidacy. You obviously put a lot of work to that. Unfortunately, the result was yes, 2, no, 8, and abstain, 9. I would really thank you for your candidacy, and please don't be turned off by this result anyway. ESN is big, there are a huge amount of opportunities, and please don't be discouraged. If you will find somewhere you want to help, please come. We will be happy to have you. Yes, of course. Thank you. Protože jsem nepřečetl výsledky. Ale kdo to tady audituje? Yeah, so this was from our stand-up, and please continue.
All right, thank you very much to Martin and the whole Electoral Commission for their work. congratulations to Verča. Thank you very much to Josef. It was really nice to see motivated person to apply for the national board. Thank you so much. All right, now we got the last part of this fully packed National Assembly. So NA Sever secret quest. This OC of NA Sever. Okay. Do you know what to do? I guess no. Okay, let's go. Yes, of course, it's not about secret quests. It's about appreciation to our current national board because it's almost how many? 365 minus 15. 340 days in their mandate. That's today. And those are the people. This is how they looked at the transition. So focused, preparing their flip charts, you know. They were taking the agenda from these people, showing their chins everywhere. So, yes, guys, I believe you have made a lot of work as you have presented it, and we really want to thank you for all the hard work. So now I'm opening the speakers list. Whoever wants to say some things to the national board, you can show us or you can wave to us and we'll give you the space. Yes, this photo is from the NA Hrad, I believe, right? When we had our first transition, we can say, session. What was that? With another fossils, so yeah. These people are also representing on the boss, so yeah. I don't know from where is this, but it looks so nice and focused and chilled. Yes, this already has been shown in your presentation. Yeah, let's go to Terka. So, who wants to say some words to Terka, please? Terka, thank you so much for your involvement, for your motivation, for your energy that you have put into the network. It wasn't easy. Well, for all of you, like there have been many obstacles, and I think you have done a really pretty good job. Yes, that's from me. I see Verča with microphone, so I will give word to you.
So
okay.
Maybe or I would like to ask the nation board to stand up in front of us. Woo! For the last time, maybe like that. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful that I was given the opportunity to be the nation supporter, especially be the Teresa nation supporter. It was a really hard year, full of the work, full of the hours and calls and many minutes and agendas and topics. And you were all the time really calm, and you were like really the moderating point. And whatever I needed, speak, discuss, you were always available, almost any hour. So. Really, thank you for that. Thank you for the opportunities. Thank you for those talks, and I'm so happy that I was your supporter. Thank you so much.
Whew, this is hard. I just want to tell you that you have been a huge inspiration. I believe to me, but not only to me, but to all of us, the amount of work you did, even though it sometimes was not so visible maybe, so it was not easy to appreciate you properly, but this is the time, and I'm just so proud of you. You made it, and it was so nice to cooperate with you all of these years, and especially this year. You were approachable, you managed everything and even more. And yeah, I try to give you my biggest support, and you will always have my support. Thank you for everything you did.
Yeah, if I can also say something to you, Terry. It was my pleasure to get to know you and to meet you and to work with you. You were always really kind and really helpful, even though when I spoke to you with so many questions I had no idea about. You were always really helpful and really nice, and I'm glad that I can be the part of the national board after you, and I'm really glad that I had a chance to meet you.
I guess I need to stand up for this. I didn't prepare any kind of speech, so I'll just freestyle it. First of all, I think we need to consider that we are all volunteers. That means that we don't receive any money or any finances for what we do. And I think that this has to be considered as a big achievement when you do an executive position, and as these are highly managing positions in our network. It's not that something that you do usually just in your free time and you dedicate a couple of minutes or hours. These people put countless hours of their time and dedication to this network, and they always try to have your back and the back of our sections, and they always try to do the best for the network, even though, of course, there have been mistakes, there have been ups and downs, but there's still always that. So I think that this needs to be validated as the appreciation. So I would like to ask all of you to give them a big round of applause, because they deserve it. And lastly, I would like to conclude my short speech. I would like to give my special thanks to you, Przemek, because you always... Yeah, of course, but I wanted to thank all of the national board, but especially Przemek, because he was kind of my partner in crime, whether I asked something about the network or about the procedures or about the sessions, workshops. He always guided me the way through, and I cannot imagine what he has been through in this position, and how much he contributed to the development of network, and how involved and passionate he has been in the network. So I thank you for that, and you've been a role model for so many people in here, by not maybe my personality, but what you have done by the network and for your dedication. So thank you so much again.
Okay, before we move to Przemek, is there anyone who would like to say something to Terka? Przemek? Okay.
So I would like to thank my lovely president, because she was doing, well, I think the hardest part of her job was guiding me to do the stuff that I need to do. And I think like my section would agree that like putting me on leash is a very, very hard task. So, and I think she managed. So thank you for all the hard work with me, and that you bared with me, and that we managed to go through all these changes, and we did so much together.
I have one for Terka. Well, you were head of our PvP community meetings, and like, I would like to thank you so much for your involvement and your encouragement to us as ESNU City, and but also to all the sections. And like, thank you for your guidance, and thank you for being there, available, patient, and open for all the stuff we throw to you. So thank you.
I also want to thank you, Terry, for amazing job you did, and for that we were supporting each other.
you very much, very much. And it was an amazing year, and so yes, thank you. It was short.
All right. More? Okay. So let's move to the lumberjack successor of mine, who is Przemek. So, Przema, as we are having the transition and everything, like our visions were quite different because I was just like, okay, I'm doing my vice president agenda, and Przemek was like, but the statutes and standing orders, like those are, we have to rewrite them all. I was like, okay. I will try to help you. But oh my God, you did such a good job. I believe you have spent so many hours, countless, not even, well, days, more. So like it's your baby now. Wow. I'm very proud of you, man. You have done amazing job. So thank you. Yeah. Okay. I'm done. So.
Dobrý. Přema. Hi. I would love to thank you for being vice president, for being the leader of chairing team, for being a friend of mine for longer than you are in NB. I have seen you growing up. I mean, like, not just being more adult, but, you know, in ESN. Gaining more experiences, and even if our hot hats sometimes didn't meet at the right time, I think we still are good friends, and I would love to thank you for being here and for being vice president.
So maybe me. Przema, where to start? You were available almost 24/7. Even it was Facebook, you were available. We spent many hours on the online meetings, and many of them were over midnight. So I just want to like show how many hours he was working. I was learning from you from every call, always some new information, everything. You are a legal beast. And you know it. And I am super happy that you would be my biggest challenge in the upcoming mandate. Because it's very important to have you like that.
So, yeah, we have our ups and downs in the mandate. But since I was able to share one flat with you for some time, so we call the ESN House Haie, that was shown on the previous pictures, I was able to see the amount of work you were putting into your mandate. Since you were on the calls, I was just passing you the dinner and you were not entering or like leaving your room for some days. Which was interesting to see how like dedicated you are to what you want to do, and if you say, I'm gonna do it, you will. And it was not only about, yeah, this was my task, but you choose to do way more. And that's just, wow. I believe that you will not regret the amount of hours you spend on the when you will be old, saying to your grandchild, hey Papa, what were you doing in your 20s? And you will be telling them the amount of work you did. But it's just amazing. I was so amazed by everything you did. And I just want to thank you because it is exceptional, and it is amazing. And I hope your relationship with Mrs. Bordelina is doing great and that you are spending a lot of time with her. Thank you, Přema.
Dear Přema, what I was...
Okay.
Sorry, Philip, or who have the mic?
Okay, should I start?
If you want.
Okay.
I will lead you.
Okay, let's go. So, dear Přema, thank you for your dedication to the network, all the time you spent and all the sections you used it, even though you weren't like section care, and you went to our meetings and went to our assemblies and team buildings. So we got a lot in contact with you. Yeah, thank you for being part of the network and connecting people like that together. And also thank you for participating in the legal advising and leading taking part in the course a long time in night and checking up on all the laws and making sure the statutes and everything is correct and doing all the work with all the boring legal stuff. Thank you for that, and thank you for the dedication.
Okay, I will take the words back. Dear Přema, I want to thank you for all the work which you done. I was still walking forward, where your boundaries will stop, when you will reach the top which you can do, and it was still hurrying up and hurrying up. The amount of work we can see, we usually have most of the votings because of your work. Probably with Maria, I have to thank her too, but and as a section who you have in care, I have to just thank you for everything you done, what you done for us. You were always there for us, and yeah, even for me as myself, if I needed something, you were there. If you needed something, you were there again. So thank you again.
Okay, Přema. I remember when we were thinking about going to national boards, we were discussing the first labels between us, and we were telling each other that we will go together. And I remember it was yesterday, and I'm really happy that we went together to this. It was the ride, even though you were sometimes really pain in the ass and challenge. But I have to say that you were the biggest motivator for me. Always, you were pushing me to do more and more, and be the best of myself. So thank you for that. Thank you. And so yes, so that's it.
Okay. Hi, Přema. I will also like to thank you for the endless amount of hours you put into the network. I admire your energy and dedication, sometimes very intimidating, you put into ESN, and also that you will be continuing with it after the whole year. But also I would like to thank you for your help at our local section, not only as our PIPA coordinator, but also help with our international office. Thank you very much.
Yeah, dear Przemek, sorry for the pronunciation of R. I would like to thank you for your straightforward attitude when we were dealing with some issues. And also I sincerely admire you for the effort that you put into your work in ESN, like everything what we've seen here today. And on top of that, I would like to personally thank you for accepting invite for our elections in Brno, and that you just took bus at 2 in the evening back home so you can be productive next day. Wow, heads off. And what I remember from the Prague, we somehow didn't complete the ritual of our sections postřik. So I hope that tonight at the grilling we will fix that. But thank you very much.
Raja was first before you, okay?
So, dear Prema, I think I will maybe kind of repeat what has already been said, but I think I really feel I want to say a huge thank you for all the time we spent working on anything. You are honestly an ESN crazy beast dedicated to the network. Thank you for the time we spent on the HR events community. Thank you for the deep talk we had on the way back from Lisbon to Prague, to Vienna, sorry. And yeah, for being here anytime I needed anything. You were always approachable. I could always count on you when it came to anything. And for all the challenges, and on behalf of our section, for all the trips you made to Brno to our section. And yeah, thank you really for anything.
Dear Przemek, I still remember when we first met. I barely knew what ESN was. And you asked me, hey, you want to join a national board? And I'm really glad I left the space for you, because you did an amazing job, and we'll be definitely missing someone so dedicated and hardworking as you are. And also for the whole OC team, we want to thank you for helping out with organizing this national event. It just wouldn't be possible without you. So thank you for your great work in national board and helping us out and being a great guy you are. Thank you.
Okay, it's my turn. It's hard to speak after so many things. Wow. Well, I'm so grateful that I got to have you as my vice president. It was a pleasure to have you. You were my source of knowledge, you were my source of motivation. I can't imagine what would it be like without you. And I'm so happy that we got to work together, and I'm amazed. I can't for the whole year I couldn't stop being amazed by how dedicated you are to all that work that you did, and you really devoted your life to ESN, and it was incredible. And yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so grateful that we had this ride together. I made him cry. He's crying. No. Yes. Yes, because when we got elected, I was crying, and he was like, "Why are you crying? This emotion doesn't exist. You're happy, but you're crying." How is this? Yes. So.
Well, hi Przemek. Well, we are a small section, but I'm sure that we were not the easiest section to manage and care. So thank you so much for being there whenever we reach out to you. And through your mandates, we literally see you being more and more an ESNer and involved in everything that you can. And yeah, you set the bar in a different level. So thank you so much for your dedication and support to us and to the network.
All right, so let's move to another NB member, and that is Moncha. So, Moni, your work was also amazing. You have done your NB agenda from Erasmus, for your first part of the mandate. You have dedicated a lot of time, energy, everything, of course, as all of you, and also took a huge part of the network manager agenda, and it's amazing. Thank you so much. You're such a lovely person. I believe that everybody loves Moncha. No, everybody loves everyone. Come on. So thank you. Okay, passing the word.
So, Moncha, I think like my favorite memory I have with you is I don't remember which event this was. There's been too many, but like I met you first day of the event. You were like, you said you were too tired, you didn't want to drink. Next thing I know, you're on like your 4th gin tonic at the night. No, but really, thank you for being this friendly, this amazing person I see every time at the ESN events. And on the section, we all fell in love with you in Nahrad. If you saw the Mooney group chat, we were all fangirling over you. And thank you for being our section chair. Obviously, you were amazing. I know that the last Mooney board loved you. We love you as well. And thank you for coming to our team building and ISB and running around Brno with us in LBT. So yeah.
Well, Moncha, hi. Well, nowadays there's more and more new people around, and you are like one of the person who I remember for a very long time. Like I cannot imagine ESN in Prague without you, or like ESN CZ in general without you. And you've been away for some time on your mandate. I'm sure it had some difficulties, but you managed it. And like you were always there whenever like we needed something from, like we needed like your help. And you even convinced one of our members to just visit you in one of the NAs. So that shows how amazing person you are. So thank you so much for being there for us.
Thank you, Moncha, for all the hard work within treasure agenda, and especially for the hard, boring work like sending out all the ESN cards to all the sections via some parcel thing. Yeah, that must be super boring, and you did it responsibly and successfully. So thank you for that. Also, thank you for being a wonderful section chair, and you are so wonderful that just today she managed to organize a barbecue for us as a summer team building. Yeah, the ESN VUT will have summer team building thanks to Moncha. Thank you for that. She has wonderful results. And also thank you for being the responsible and representative NB member and leading the delegation at EGM, taking part of the community manager agenda. Oh. Network manager, sorry, network manager. So thank you for being a wonderful person in the NB.
So, Moncha, even though we know each other for quite some time, this last year I was able to work with you properly, and that we cooperate on many things, many events, and I get the opportunity to learn that you are so incredibly open-hearted. You are dedicated to everything you do, even though you candidate for the treasurer, and then you ended up like the network manager, everything doing, helping quite a lot with what nobody was able or elected to do. And it is amazing how you transformed, even though you are a stress fighter sometimes, and I think you did a hell of a work on that. And I'm so grateful that we were able to see it and to get inspired by you and to keep that from you for the next years of ESN, that you did huge work for ESN, you did a huge work on yourself, and thank you very much for that. You're amazing.
Money. First of all, I would really love to thank you for being always here. You are an amazing person, really caring. I was really happy to be your supporter the whole year. I'm glad that we could work together on so many things. However, it was mentoring, LBT, whatever else. It was honestly my pleasure to work with you, not only in terms of ESN, but also in a personal way. And I learned a lot from you. And I'm glad also for all the transition calls we've already had together. And yeah, just thank you for all your dedication to the network, because you are really an example for so many people. Thank you.
Oncha. I want to thank you for all the work you put in. Like, first semester you were in Erasmus, so doing this distantly have to be hard, I believe. The second semester you even lead us to EGM, which I want to thank you for. I think that was a pretty challenging task to lead these 50 people who went with you to be somehow precise. And I really want to thank you that you take, I believe, a huge part of network manager agenda on you. So you have even do that, doing the treasure really goodly, because I don't know what you didn't do. So thank you for everything.
So, sorry, Mancha, this start won't be about you. First of all, I would like to thank the whole NB, as the previous NB. Emma, we all need to admire the amount of courage and will to get rid of your free time to spend a year in the position. I would like to thank you so much for your whole year to all of you, and wish you good luck and everything best in your future careers, either when it involves ESN or not. And I think we need to all applaud them for that, for the whole year. Yeah, now to the crying person. I need to thank you because, like, the position of treasurer, I think it was always on a nice level, but the thing what you did with it, it's something completely different. I couldn't wish for better candidate or actual treasurer after myself, so I need to say good work. And also for the matter, you were always just dobra baba, which is super nice, and thank you.
Okay, dear Moncha, on behalf of our section, we'd like to thank you for amazing section care, and also the stuff mentioned here before. But also thank you for helping us with the NA. Without your help at the start, I think it wouldn't be as good as it could be. Thank you very much.
Okay, I come unprepared. I don't know what to say. But, well, you have the title of the treasurer, but I don't think that's that's really. I think it should be. I think it should say Moncha, treasurer, network manager, and partnership manager. Like, this girl, this woman, did 3 full positions on herself. It was amazing, and we couldn't have done it without you. You were absolutely incredible, and you were. Every time, like, I was so motivated by your work. Everything you do is just, like, turns out gold. It's amazing. And I'm so grateful that we got to lead the delegation to EGM together. Well, mostly, of course, it was you, but I was so happy to that we could do it together. And you were, and I'm so happy that we became great friends during this year. And I'm so grateful to have you in my life.
Okay. So
now I'm gonna speak.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So, A bit about me, I hate dealing with money in my free time. And Moncha was like an angel sent from heaven because I didn't need to deal with it at all. I was like, oh yeah, money here, Moncha. Money here. Oh, you need to consult budget? Consult with Moncha. Oh, this budget? Yeah. So for me it was, oh God, I can relax, and I was completely confident that she will do everything that needs to be done. And I could like completely let it out of my head, and it was very important for me. Also, after like 2 months of like, I don't want you to do all the events because you will die. So, so she took over some of the events that were planned because I was the event manager, so it was like a natural for me to do it. And I would like to thank you for all the hard work, for all the EGM work, for all the international events you were too, for all the stuff that we learned together, and for all the memories we shared.
Okay, is there anything else? Anyone else? Okay, so let's move to another NB member, that is Mancha. So, the last but not least to join the NB board, national board of this year. And yes, I think it was a hell of a ride, right? Always smiling. Our communication manager, Moni. You have done a great job, okay? Thank you so much.
I wrote this down because I don't want to forget. Moncha. The NA that pushed me to take ESN seriously and actually dedicate time to what we do was the one where you got elected in Nabidite. Since then, we've been at every ESN event together. I've been in your community way before my mandate even started, and every time I see you, you've always been so smiley, full of energy, and like a little crazy. I really want to say thank you. Thank you for all the advice, especially before my elections in Ostrava. Thank you for the patience you've had with me. I know I've been difficult sometimes. And thank you for all the help, all the kindness, and the random dancing. I wouldn't have half the motivation that I do in ESN if it weren't for you. And I know, I don't think you're done with us just yet. I don't think you're done with ESN, so I'm looking forward to what's next, and thank you.
Moncha. I remember like more than a year ago that when I was trying to convince you to try to candidacy for this position, when you were still hesitating if you should or shouldn't, and here you are after a year in the position in the national board, you did well, and you were so afraid of it. Like, what can I say more? Like, you are like the sun, always shining, smiling, putting good energy to everyone. Thank you, Moncha, for all this work which you've done this year, and thank you for you.
Okay, hello. Yep. Okay, Mane, where the I'm so sorry. Where to start? I just remember when we met in Zlín with Ostrava group. We were in their room, and also Mikey there. And then like we met in NA Hrad. And then I have seen like your election, and I was like, oh, I know this girl. She will be future communication. And then like and like thank you for everything. Like it was completely random. Like how we met and like our journey. I learned from you a lot of things. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to cooperate with you and on every calls and be with you in Malaga. It was amazing event. And with all of you. No, really, thank you. It was amazing. You did a great job. I don't know what to say anymore. Just thank you. And you are amazing.
So Moni, sometimes you are really hard on yourself, and I want to tell you that you should be very, very proud of yourself, because you did an amazing job as the communicator, as we learned during the newbies event. So yeah, you bring the sun, as has been said. We're always happy, shining people, and that was amazing. I think you gave energy to us through all the national events, even though the international ones. And yes, be proud of yourself, please, because we are. And thank you very much for everything you did.
Moni, I would also really like to thank you for everything. You are really like a sunshine and spreading the positive mood like confetti around yourself. Thank you for all the help. I would also love to thank you on behalf of LBTOC that you took over the graphics part, because without you we wouldn't have made it. And thank you for all the calls we had regarding it. And you can be also proud of your work. And thank you for everything.
Dear Moncha, hey. I cannot explain how glad we are that you were our section care. You did amazing job. You were always like a part of our ESN Liberec family. And we were so glad that we had you as our section care. As you can see, we also have a picture with you. So yeah, you always helped me when I needed your help, like ASAP. So thank you so much.
Okay, it's me. I'd also like to say something. Mane, you're an incredibly talented person. You're so great. I don't think I've ever met a kinder person. You're so kind, heartwarming. It was a pleasure to work with you. It was so nice to be with you, and I'm so happy that I have you in my life, and that we will be. I'm sorry, it's hard. No, thank you. I'm so happy that 1 year ago when on NA you approached me with, oh, maybe I would like to join you, but I don't think I'm good enough. You are. You're so amazing, and I'm so happy that you joined us in our team, and as Terka said, don't be so hard on yourself. You're amazing. You're doing an amazing job, and we're so happy to have you.
So I heard like so many superlatives here about you, and they are all true. Like I would like to thank you very much, like for being an amazing section care. Like you really helped us. You are like so kind, so nice, beautiful, and everything. Like thank you very much, and we have prepared for you a little surprise, so you will never forget your favorite section. But sorry, but I would like to continue because I wanted to come here only once. So I've prepared like more of these surprises. I would like to thank Přema for saving our elections. And like when you got elected a year ago and something, one evening you bought me a beer, and I told you that I will buy you a beer like the next time, but it never happened. But I was still thinking about it. So this one is for you. And also, I really appreciate the hard work of all the national board. Like, guys, you are amazing. You are super, super, super nice. Like, we could approach you like with anything, and you always try to help us. And I really appreciate it. Like, I really love you. And I brought you like some sample of Zlin district. It's really, really delicious. So, thank you very much.
Moncha. First of all, I want to mention that you have such a nice personality. When I was in a newbie event, I was inspired by your work journey in ESN, and it's kind of pushed me to be a part of the local board. Even though in the end I choose the event manager position, but still, thank you. Thank you for that. I remember your message in Sugar Cubes, so it really melted my heart. So thank you.
So a year and something ago, it went like, Moncho, we need you. Moncho, we need you. And you know why we need her? Because I also, apart from the finances, I don't like social media. So, so that's the other part. So the thing I don't even know how to turn on the photo camera or whatever it is. And like each time she was not in the international event with me, I was like, oh God, who's gonna take photos now? Who's gonna do it? I don't know. But each time she was there, it's like, oh yeah, we have like 80,000 photos. Nice, we have some promotion material. That's good. Now we can show everyone that we are working. Cool, cool. And I think I'm very glad that you were taking this position seriously. I mean, we could see that how many photos you have all of us, and we had like nothing at all. So I think you were like great. You used your position quite well. I was very happy that I didn't have to worry about anything about like our materials. That if I said something, it was done, and I'm happy I was in the board with you because you are the sunshine.
All right, is that it? No more what? No more chat? Okay, so let's move to the person of 50 positions, or how many? Come on, Philip. So, like, you have been technical chair, WPA, server administrator, communication manager. What were you? President, vice president? Yeah, I said it. Philip, like, we have dedicated, wow, such an energy, such a piece of your heart to the network, and yeah, I really hope it still gives you back, and yeah, thank you so much for your hard work. Like, as I know, like, I believe the WPA position has like that syndrome padajícího hovna kind of stuff, so it's not an easy position, and yeah, thank you so much for your hard work.
Hi. You knew that it will come. Thank you, Philip, not just for this year, but for all 6 years I'm in ESN, because I think that from the start, I know we didn't meet when I joined,
but I feel like ESN is you for me. Every time I was at NAA, you were here, and I knew that I can rely on you. I know that you don't show much emotions, but I remember that I always was fighting if you like me or not. I thought that I annoy you. And I like you, Philip, and thank you for being here. And I hope that even if we retire, we will still be friends, because I don't want to lose you in my life.
Sophia. Thank you for being our section chair. It wasn't really easy in some moments, but you should be proud of yourself because you are the only national board survivor of ESN Ústí team building. Thank you for that. And as well, we brought for all of you little presents, the finest selection of ESN Ústí to you to have a memory of us. Thank you.
I will wait till the distribution is over. Sorry for the interruption. Okay, Philip, as Prema mentioned that he doesn't like social media or finances, I am absolutely terrible in stuff which you could notice, because multiple times I was bothering you with all different things that I messed up, being it on our drive or on ERS or wherever. Thank you so much for always being there, for helping us fix it. The agenda of VP is also, or IT in general, is when everything is working, nobody, well, it means that it's good, that is your good work, but nobody really appreciates it until something screws up, and then they see who's the one who is fixing it. So thank you so much for caring for our whole IT. Sorry. And thank you for being part of our team. I'm really glad that we got to have you, and that you were part. Is it still, yeah? And of our team. And yeah, I'm really happy that I got to know you. And thank you so much. And I think that everyone can see your heart, yes, and through all these years. So I'm really grateful for that.
Okay, Philip, I would like to thank you from bottom of my heart, from my section, ESN Pardubice, and I really enjoyed our time on our team building together, and also I was thrilled to have you on our flag parade. It really made me happy to have you there, and I think I can say from Sabi and Malika and everyone from my section that you are really great in section care, and you helped us with everything we needed, so thank you.
So, dear Philip, right now everyone is like saying, you have such a broad knowledge of ESN. But like for the 2 years, I was siphoning Philip's knowledge from the section. I was like, oh yeah, Philip, how does this work? When did that happen? What is this? What's ESN review? Who was the president at that time? And like Philip knew everything, and he also remembered everything. But so he knew like everything from the finances. Also, he did all the positions, right? All the way through to the international relations office stuff, and it was such a nice stepping stone for me to learn from a person that dedicated their life to ESN. Because when I started in ESN, that's like not even 3 years ago, Philip was there for like a decade or so, I don't know, for such a long time, and he like knew everything already. And I was like, oh wow, that person, oh that's exceptional. But for the national board, it was so nice to have someone else doing the IT, because like, I mean, I had my part of IT, and I was like, oof, I don't want to do this. And that we could rant about not working system in it's an some organization, and that we could share this together, and like our boys pact against the girls, it was also a thing. So I'm happy that you are in the board together, and thank you for everything.
So, very briefly, yeah, since I'm the anti-IT everything mess, throughout my mandate as the supporter, I unfortunately had to deal with the registration thing. And I want to thank you very much for your guidance and your help when I was sending you the question, how can I get that information, how can I do that, and wow, how can I leave this page forever? So thank you very much for your knowledge, because without you I would be lost, and you helped me a lot. So thank you very much for everything you did.
Maybe I just would like to thank all of you on behalf of newly elected MV. Thank you for your energy, time, and effort through the whole year. What you are putting into the network, into your agendas, but also into us. And transition, it's till on the start. So we have some energy boosters for you. So, can we? Okay, let's go.
I would also like to express my appreciation of you without any differences. You are amazing, guys. You are my family. I believe that it will stay like this forever, for life. And I just know how hard you worked during the whole year. And I just want to say big thank you, because I wouldn't be here without you, without your support. Thank you.
Tak my vám za Hradec taky moc děkujeme. I'm so sorry.
Okay. So Prema asked me to give him space, so yes. I'm giving you space to say something.
So hello again. I wanted to use this opportunity because I'm not the president, so I won't have the speech at the end of the NA. So I would like to thank all of you because we do this work for you and for the exchange students, and without you there would be like no us. And I hope we managed to do something together. We try to make this national organization strive. We try to transform it more from the traditions to like, actual knowledge and procedures, at least from my standpoint. And I would of course like to thank my whole national board. But the most important part, we have still 2 more weeks. So even though this is the last event for us, we still have a lot of work to do, especially prepare your next national board for their mandate, so they will do better than us. And as I already said, I'll be around and I'll be watching. Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to invite here on the stage for the last time as the president of ESN Czech Republic, Teresa Vondrášková.
It's so hard to speak right now. I was trying to write down some things, but I didn't really know what I would want to say. It's hard to say something. So it was a hell of a ride. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of stress. It was incredible amount of work. And I would like to say that I'm so grateful that I got this opportunity from this great network to be in this position, that this network elected me to be the president, which is like something I can't cope with in my head, that I got trusted with this position and I got to survive till today. And I would like to say that I'm so grateful that I got to be on this ride with this beautiful people sitting in the first row. And I couldn't have done it without you. You're absolutely amazing team. And I'm so grateful that we got to work together and did work together as for the last year. I also wanted to say that I'm so grateful that I, from this position, could watch, because I've been in the network for quite some time, since 2018. And I met a lot of you, like a long time ago, a lot of you just not so long ago, but I'm so grateful that I could watch you all grow as people, and also I could watch this network grow, because it's amazing how the path that we are going on, and how this network works. I'm so amazed by it, and I'm in love with it. It's so hard to leave, and as I mentioned in the beginning, I'm not sure if I would. That every time we say this is the last event, not entirely sure it is. So I will be happy to see you guys around again. And for the closing itself, I would love to thank the amazing chairing team. You were absolutely amazing. Oh, amazing chairing team, you were absolutely amazing, sorry, the wording, but you were great. Everything was smooth. Your work is so incredible. And And believe me, I was on general assemblies of NGSN International. Wow, like if they could see how professionally this our NAs are handled in general, like our our national organization is so such a high bar that we set. It's so wonderful. So thank you so much for taking care of us, for being so great in what you do. It's inspirational. Thank you. And also, I would like to thank the Electoral Committee for their work during this NA. I would love to, yes, I already said the National Board, but especially for this NA, Przema, for all your hard work with this National Assembly and all the National Assemblies, but this one for all the preparations that you do. I would love to thank the Audit Committee, Martin, who is here. No, not anymore, but for being here, and in our hearts, he's still, yeah, he's represented here by his beautiful wife, so it's good. And for Kuba, who joined us online and who was active during the day as well. Thank you all to all the section delegates who are here representing your sections and participated in all the votings and all the consultations. It was, thank you so much for being here. And also the international guests from Slovakia that we have. We are so happy that you came to the north of our country and joined us in this event. And also to our guests from Carmena. I hope you enjoyed this event. I will be really happy to talk to you later about... oh. Thank you. I'm really happy, and I will be happy to talk to you after this event. I would love to thank all the partners and stakeholders who helped us financially and also merch-wise with this event. It's very important to say that. And I would also love to thank both candidates to the National Board. They did a great job, and it's very hard to go through this whole process. It's very challenging and it's demanding, and you could see that, and well, all of you who could see the online question round and everything you have to go through. It's a big challenge, and I'm really proud of you of partaking in it and having this dedication to the network that you decide to go through all of that. It's amazing. Thank you so much. And I would love to thank the OC. It was so great, the organization of this whole event. It was amazing. I really enjoyed the game yesterday, and I don't think, let me just say that I don't think I've ever learned so much during an NA. So I have all these northern mythology things in my head that will just be stuck there forever, I think. Thank you so much for all your hard work. You were absolutely amazing, helpful, and it was really great to be here. And together with the safety team, who again did a great job. I hope, thank you for being approachable. Thank you for being so, devoted to the network as always. And Cody, who is who will be sleeping for 3 days in a row, I think, after this weekend. So I would love to ask the OC to come to the front, please. And I would love to officially give you the flag of yes that you earned by organizing this amazing event.
Well, so NA Sever is slowly coming to an end. And I would like to thank everyone who helped make this NA happen. Some of you had to make like really long trip to the north, and we really appreciate it, and we hope it was worth it. Firstly, I would like to thank the National Board for your help, and especially Prema, because we really had to communicate all night. And thank you for your late night texts, your hard work, and your help. And also, I'm really glad and happy that we made this NA to the end without an explosion or some kind of disaster. And this is thanks to my OC team, because they did all of this hard work today and yesterday. And I'm just so glad that I had them, because without them it will never happen. So please, big applause for the OC team. Thank you. We hope that you learned a lot about the Norse mythology, and we hope that you really enjoy it. Also, don't forget this NA still is happening, you know. And yeah, all I wanted to say is that we're so glad that you came here. And also, I want to say that please give a big applause to you, because today was a really hard. Also, because of the air condition, we apologize for this. And don't forget that this evening is happening in front of this building. We prepared a barbecue and a party for you, so you can still. You can still have something to be to looking forward to. So yeah, our social program will start at 8. I don't know if it's, well, it started. And thank you all for coming here. So yeah, thank you. You were amazing.
I know that there already has been a big round of applause, but just to show the real appreciation, I think we should give one more giant applause to the head of OC, to our lovely president, Misha, because without her, this wouldn't be possible. And yeah, thank you so much for doing this for us. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so anybody, if nobody else wants to say something. So for the last time in my mandate, oh, you could stay here, but okay, thank you. You started, so go. It's okay. I'm so alone in here right now. So for the last time in my mandate, I would like to officially close the National Assembly Sever 2024.
All right, guys, so that's all, folks.
I have one request from Veronika Puchova to say something. So let's give her some attention before we run to the social program.
So before you leave, I cannot believe that I can say this happy announcement to you. We have a potential candidate for the network manager. Ooh. She's a woman. She's from Prague. She's wearing yellow scarf. And it's only the one and only Tereza Otcová. So I really would like to that officially announce that we have a candidate for appointment as a network manager. I'm super happy. We needed network manager, and you are the best for this position. So now you know, all of you, what are the plans. So please be ready that probably in July we will send the appointment decree for Tereza. Thank you so much.
And yes, the last instruction for you from Monika Bartošíková.
Okay, so please, as we said, the time travels. Please, all of the section representatives come to us here, and we will give you the posters from time travels. And thank you very much.
That's it, Alex. Thank you. Enjoy your night.
Thanks to all the people on the stream. We are ending. Bye.